lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for joining at the CII's National Awards for Excellence in Energy Management and the Energy Efficiency Summit 2022. We'll start the first session of the day. I would request the dignitaries on the dais to please come and take their seats, please. Dr. Ashok Kumar, Mr. Ravichandran, Mr. Ganesh Patti, please join us at the head table. I request Mr. Ravichandran, President Danfoss India and the Chairman of Energy Efficiency Council, CII, to deliver his welcome and theme address, present the summary of findings, and to conduct the first session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kiran. Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Shri Ganesh Bhatti, Shri Venkatagiri, distinguished judges who are actually seated on one floor above all of us, participating companies, delegates, press, media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. I guess this is for the first time we are moving this event to Delhi. At least I have never been in Delhi for an energy efficiency summit of CII, so it's pleasant to see all of you in Delhi. I guess energy efficiency is the most happening thing around the world, and a lot of eyes are on India because we are not only leading the world, but certainly we are setting the benchmark for the rest of the world. So an event like this certainly brings in a lot of enthusiasm from many of you who really play a very pivotal role in the transformation of India, as well as in transformation of India's energy efficiency community, as well as today we are here not just to compete, but also to celebrate. And you will shortly see the kind of work that has gone in multiple industries. On behalf of CII, I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. So it's our honor and privilege to have you with us this morning, and also pleased to hear that you will be talking about the opportunities and how India is setting benchmarks in terms of energy efficiency. We are very grateful to you for having taken time to be off and spend time with us. Unfortunately, the minister could not join us today, and because of some emergency. It's also my pleasure to present to all of you this morning the findings of the CII National Award for Excellence in Energy Management 2022. I think we launched the awards for energy management or excellence in energy management in the same year BE was formed. That was in 1999. The objective of this award program was to recognize and award excellence in energy management across various industries. To also raise the performance standards by initiating a sense of comparison, benchmarking, and encouragement so that we can replicate the best practices from one industry to another industry or within the same industry. Also to facilitate a knowledge-sharing platform from an energy efficiency perspective. And of course, it also instills a sense of competition, pride, and motivation from many of the plants across the various high energy consuming sectors of India. I'm happy to see that the industry has responded very enthusiastically again to the CII National Award for Energy Management Competition, which is in its 23rd avatar. This is the 23rd avatar of the energy management competition. And I would also like to mention that this year we saw 457 companies representing cross sectors and also have participated and shown tremendous interest in many awards, out of which 314 companies completed all the prerequisite submittals. As you all know that there is a very stringent process that the committee follows, and we have about 314 companies qualified with the submittals. This also demonstrates that more and more companies are not just participating, but they are also committed to this movement of unleashing the energy efficiency potential of this country. For the benefit of the methodology that was adopted for identifying and shortlisting the companies for this award. Firstly, there was a questionnaire that is to be filled in from the industries, and The benchmark was a maximum energy demand of 100 kVA and above was the criteria. The judges, who are really playing a very important role in this whole award process, they have done once again a very commendable job. They have shortlisted 187 companies from 15 sectors, from about 314 questionnaires. It's not an easy job. So my big compliments to all the judges for the stupendous work that you all have done actually. It's encouraging to note that the participation has come from all 4 regions of the country, and it's been a fairly good diverse representation of the industry sectors as well. This certainly is a very positive indicator that it shows that energy efficiency is proliferating across all industries, not just the high abating industries, but also across all industries. And I think we as a nation are seriously committed to the culture of energy management and energy efficiency in a big way, and have done this sufficiently well to compete, especially in a national event like this. I must remark that how well each of the participating companies have performed admirably and have made consistent reductions in their energy consumptions. I'm glad to inform you all that 187 presenter companies have achieved a collective savings of 3,080 crores of money in 3 years. It not only shows that energy efficiency is clearly becoming a net present value positive investment for many companies as the paybacks are getting shorter and shorter, but the equivalent amount of energy that we have saved is 140 megawatts. And this is not a small amount actually. These savings were achieved by implementing around 5,153 energy saving projects, and with an investment of about 4,700 crores of rupees actually. The biggest challenge when it comes to investing in energy efficiency is, when you want to put up a 140 megawatt plant, 5 people in the boardroom can make a decision actually. But if you want to save 140 megawatt of electricity or energy, you needed 5,000 energy efficiency projects actually. So this is phenomenal. I mean, this is not easy because this is every nook and corner of your plant, your processes. You've really done a remarkable work actually. This year, the emphasis was on both at the global and national best practices. And I think there's been quite a lot of work that has gone in on utilization of renewables, waste management, teamwork, monitoring, innovation, reduction in the exchange for the last 3 years, energy saving, and there's quite a lot of benchmark that has been set here. The top 187 companies were shortlisted by the eminent panel of judges, and they made presentations on the 23rd to 25th of August, which was again virtually managed. 71 companies have been chosen as excellent energy efficiency units, and this achievement will be recognized with a trophy and a certificate. The remaining 108 companies will be awarded the energy efficiency unit. I must compliment all the participants because everybody is truly a winner here. Somebody is a little bit more exceptional than the other one, but I'm sure that you will come back again to become the top winners in the next year. 26 companies have been recognized as National Energy Leader this year to acknowledge their consistent and exemplary performance in energy conservation. Only companies that have won the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award for the 3 consecutive years are actually eligible for this award. So I think consistency is being the hallmark of the CII Energy Efficiency Award, and that I think truly is also one of the way we are recognizing consistent performers, which is important as well. To motivate the teams from their presentation skills, the panel of judges has also shortlisted the most useful presentations sector-wise, and 8 presentations have been chosen as under this category. The Innovative Project Award is to recognize the innovative projects implemented by the company. 5 awards were chosen under this category. This year, we have also chosen 2 categories, Young and Emerging Leader and High Impact Program for Energy Efficiency. 3 professionals have been selected for the Young an emerging leader in energy efficiency category, and one organization for high impact program for energy efficiency. We also have an award for innovative energy saving product stroke service to improve the competitiveness among the product innovating community and also to motivate more companies to produce more energy efficient products. I think I was there in the Governing Council meeting last week in Hyderabad, and in the GBC Governing Council, one thing I've learned is that to deploy more energy efficient or more green products, it doesn't cost you more money anymore. We have reached a level where green products are as competitive as non-green products as well. So I think this is something important for innovators of products to keep in mind as well as we move towards the circularity era in terms of decarbonization. We also have an award for the most innovative energy efficiency award, as well as the innovative energy saving award as well. And we had 26 applicants, 8 products have been selected, out of which 4 companies will be receiving this award. It is also reassuring to see a huge number of delegates are also participated in this morning. I really thank each one of you to take time to come here and be part of this very interesting day. I assure you all the participants and delegates present here would benefit tremendously from the very exciting and enriching deliberations that happened over the 23rd to 25th of August. I'm sure that many of you have picked a lot of great ideas from one another, and you will go back and do something different in your own areas to really significantly move the envelope on energy efficiency to another level. I guess there's a lot of anticipation. Participating companies are probably keeping their fingers crossed for the announcement of the results, and I'm as eager as each one of you in this hall. But remember one thing, your ambition and zeal to win this prestigious award in energy performance is indeed commendable. I mean, you are really the champions for this country because you are really setting the bar of this company. And as many of you know, we rely heavily still about 60% on coal and oil for our energy footprint. I mean, out of the 500 gigawatts, 60% is still from the fossil fuels actually. So every small drop that you create in a large ocean is going noticed, and you make a big change to a better planet that we leave for our next generation. On behalf of each one of you and on behalf of CII, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate all the participating companies for your tremendous spirit in the quest of energy excellence, and I'm sure that all of you will achieve higher levels of excellence in the years to come. While award winners may be rightly very happy today, I'm sure every organization is actually winning the award for the sustained efforts that each one of you have been contributing to improve the energy efficiency. And I think you make all of us proud, and at least I'm very happy and proud to be here because we are all together making India proud and the world a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravichandran. May I now invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to address us, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Kiran, for the opportunity. And first of all, I am really honored to be here in this prestigious ceremony of excellence achievements. Mr. Ravichandran Purushothamanji, the chairman, for his excellent context setting, and on the dais, the Shri Ganesh Bharti from CSSI paper, Dr. K.S. Venkatagiri, Executive Director of CII Green Building, and of course, Kiranji is here. And all the delegates, particularly the awardees and the distinguished delegates who have come for this summit. So while expressing my gratitude for being part of in this event, I also kind of take from the point where Mr. Ravichandran has left, that you all should be celebrated, you all should be congratulated for the position that the country has arrived at. And many of you know that in the energy efficiency or the consequent climate action, India is the only G20 country who is on the track to Paris Agreement. So this is a remarkable achievement that sits on your achievements. The country is banking on you, and as already he has said, that you are the leaders, and from the leaders the expectations are even more. As you know, in the COP26 at Glasgow, country has revised its ambitions toward the climate change, recognizing that the actions that we have envisaged so far is not to the track to the 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is considered as the path to sustainability. If you go beyond 100 or 1.5 degrees centigrade, the things that we see normally as a natural process may not be the natural process. So that challenge the country has taken up, and along with that, I think all of you or all of us have the responsibility to share that burden, to take the overall country's commitment and the global sustainability issue in the challenging times of global climate change. So I am here not much to say, because we are the community which possibly knows each other in a much more intimate way than other communities. Energy efficiency is considered as a first fuel, first intervention, as again, Mr. Ravichandran was mentioning, that it has very short payback periods where you can get the benefit immediately into some extent. For example, a replacement of a LED bulb doesn't take any time. You can save 50 watt from that time, on a matter of seconds, you can change that bulb to, from an incandescent bulb to LED bulb, and you get a 50 watt of saving. So that much of a potential in energy efficiency space, and all the analysis show that in the whole gamut of interventions for the climate change mitigation, you have a promise of around 50% coming from the energy efficiency space. So energy efficiency is very, very important, and all of you who are the champions of this energy efficiency exercise under the wonderful institution of a Green Building Center, who has instituted this encouraging process whereby the leaders are recognized in form of organization, in form of companies, in the form of individuals. I was told that there are 3 young professionals who are going to be awarded. So different levels of recognition. So this encourages the whole community of energy efficiency to kind of raise their bars beyond what is the business as usual. And as many of the numbers tell, that itself is the recognition or the manifestation of your efforts. So that is, I think, for a Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we are familiar with many of the sectors that come under the Bureau of Energy Efficiency's mandatory regime, to which many of you are part of the CII as well. So we, on the basis of regular basis, we interact. We have on the dais Shri Ganesh Baditji, and he represents a paper sector. And paper sector is one of the key sectors in the whole endeavor to enhance the energy efficiency in the country. So we have several other areas, and of course the CII's community is much bigger than what we are presently looking at under some of the regulatory regime under the Ministry of Power. So we would be looking forward for the contribution of all, and also looking at possibility of extending or the kind of expanding the mechanism of energy efficiency space, like PAT program, to other areas in the automobile, in the other service sector, or other ancillary, wherever it's possible. So we would be looking forward for the professionalism that you have shown, and also the possibility of streamlining of the energy efficiency. As again, I take to Mr. Ravichandran that now India has, to a large extent, made this energy efficiency efforts as a part of culture. So, you would see that the energy efficiency, which was a decade ago was a bench level talk, now it has reached to a board level discussions. So that much distance has already traveled, so we need to take it further, All of you are the champions. That responsibility lies more on you. So you would, as you excel in your achievements as a company, you would also take the other peers along and take the whole efficiency movement all together. Not only for improving the bottom lines of your company or your wherever the accounting is done, but it is a bigger cause. It is a very larger cause that you are contributing to. As the history puts us, particularly this generation is put at a crossroad where every decision of yours is going either to the bad side or the good side. So it is up to you to choose which side we want to take. And every decision has its consequence, whether it's an individual level, whether it's a company level, or whether it's a corporate level. So all the decisions should be in a way that leads to the path, sometimes they call blue path, whatever path, which kind of arrests the global temperature below 1.5 degrees centigrade. Till now, the dream or what they call, I'm forgetting the exact term, that 1.5 degree goal is alive. It is in ICU, some say it is in better shape, whatever shape, but that dream is still alive. And the sustainability of the human society on this planet is still alive. If we are not taking a better decision now, then possibly, people say that we have a decade or so to decide which way we want to go. So that is a challenging time. We can live in denial, that is our option, but if you really are conscious of the situation, we have no choice, as one of the video was saying, that we have no choice but to be green. We have to be green, and particularly a country like India with 1.34 billion people, we just do not have that capacity. We have very limited resources, very land, water, everything is so scarce for us that to survive, to take our society along, we have to be green. And I congratulate the CII and particularly Green Building Center for instituting such an excellent program. And on Bureau's behalf, on the DGB's behalf, I congratulate all the winners and looking forward for the discussions. Possibly I have to leave for another meeting, so I would love to attend the other sessions, but I would be here as long as I am being permitted. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashok Kumar, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the award distribution ceremony now. But before that, we have a publication to release. A quick note on the publication. It is a joint study carried out by Danfoss India and CII. The title to look at decarbonization of the Indian industrial sector. This is a very unique study, a very elaborate study that was carried out covering 5 major industrial sectors, particularly the hard-to-abate sectors, sectors like iron and steel, cement, and also some of the other sectors like pulp and paper, textile, and chemical sectors. So the study was to do a dipstick for these 5 sectors, look at opportunities for decarbonization under 2 scenarios, a business as usual scenario and a deep decarbonization scenario. The idea was to look at how deep the emission reductions are possible in these sectors and what are the major levers that are available. We looked at all the possible levers that were known today, be it on energy efficiency or renewables or biomass or other zero carbon fuels, material circularity. Some of the advanced technologies we are talking about today, which will be a reality very soon, technologies like carbon capture and utilization or storage, technologies like hydrogen and many more. But just as a quick summary, more pertinent to the topic of the discussion today, the study finds that energy efficiency will continue to play a key role. The study finds that in a normal business as usual scenario, until 2040, energy efficiency being the biggest lever will contribute about 30% of our decarbonization initiatives, and in the deep decarbonization scenario will contribute to about 32% of the carbonization initiatives. So having said that, it's not only today, but energy efficiency will continue to remain as probably the biggest lever for decarbonization for industries in the years to come. May I now request Mr. Ravichandran to request Dr. Ashok Kumar to release the publication and share the copy of the publication with other members on the dais. Friends, with this, we start with the distribution of awards for this morning. We have a part of the awards distributed this morning, a part of it in the evening. The first of the awards that will be distributed this morning is the High Impact Program for Energy Efficiency. This is a program which has been, award which has been initiated by CII 4 years back to recognize the programs which have created a substantial impact on energy efficiency in the country. These are programs which have multi-stakeholder engagement running across several years. And among the many applications that have been received this year, the jury has selected the Indo-Swedish Innovation Accelerator Program as the High Impact Program for Energy Efficiency 2022. This program has been in operation for the last 10 years and has successfully facilitated several innovative Swedish companies to come to India, find B2B opportunities and engagements, and resulted in more than 75 different partnerships and engagements across the country, creating significant impact on energy efficiency. I invite Mr. Marcus Lundgren and Pawan Tehrani from the Embassy of Sweden and Business Sweden to receive the award. In fact, this program has gained so much insight that in the joint declaration by the Prime Minister of India and the Sweden, in their note, recognized this program as one of the most innovative programs highlighting the partnerships between these two countries. Thank you. The next award will be for National Energy Leader Award, and as Mr. Ravichandran mentioned, this for companies who have been consistent in winning the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award for 3 successive years, companies who have done substantially well on energy efficiency. So in alphabetical order, the first company to be recognized as a National Energy Leader will be Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited, Dahanu. I would request the companies to come from my right side, receive the award and go on the left, please. Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited, Dahanu. Some of the unique achievements, they have their GHG emission assurance done. They have the plant load factor of more than 100% for consecutive 9 financial years. Completed PAT 1 and PAT 2 cycle with substantial gain on e-certs. Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited, Dahanu. The next winner in National Energy Leader Award will be Berry's Global Research Triangle, BGRT, Bengaluru. Have an 84% floor efficiency, 56% savings in energy, and about 48% reduction in operating cost. Apart from the National Energy Leader, BGRT Bengaluru also wins the Most Useful Presentation Award selected by the jury members. May I invite Berry's Global team to receive the award, please. Thank you. Berry's Global Research Triangle, Bengaluru. The next award winner in National Energy Leader category is Bharat Aluminium Company Limited, Korba. Their Potline 1 is the national benchmark for Potline DC specified power. Balco has also topped PAT Cycle 2 in the aluminium sector across India. Excuse me. Just a minute. Just a minute. Balco Aluminium Company Limited, Korba, please. The next company to win the award is Central Workshop, Ponmalai Southern Railway, who have consistently won several energy efficiency, excellent energy efficiency awards from CII's program. They were the first in the Indian Railways to introduce compressed biogas and oxy-hydrogen fuel gas generators, installation of parabolic solar thermal concentrator for rolling stock, apart from many other interventions. Central Workshop, Ponmalai Southern Railway, please. The next winner is Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Ariyalur. They won the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award from CII for 9 consecutive years. A 5 years role model plant, first cement plant from CII and ABK AOT is certified. Next National Energy Leader Award to Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Ariyalur. The next award winner is Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Dalmiapuram, who have achieved about 4.8 times water positivity, a roadmap in place for achieving 10 times water positivity by 2025, 15.6% utilization of green fuel, and a member of RE100 and EV100 programs. Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Dalmiapuram. The next company to receive the National Energy Leader Award is DB Power Limited, Raigarh, who have achieved the best yearly APC, equaling the national benchmark. Among the private sector companies, DB Power is in a very advanced stage of flue gas desulfurization implementation. DB Power Limited, Raigarh, please. The next company to win the National Energy Leader Award is GMR Hyderabad International Airport Limited, Hyderabad, a consistent excellent energy efficient unit award winner, Skytrax Best Regional Airport in India and Central Asia, ACI ASQ Best Airport in Asia Pacific. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is GMR Kamal Ganga Energy Limited, Denkanal. Done consistent efforts and yet aim to achieve 2,300 kilocalories per kilowatt hour by 2023 with a 5.75% APC. GMR Kamal Ganga Energy Limited, Denkanal, please. Apart from the National Energy Leader Award, GMR Kamal Ganga also wins the most innovative project chosen by the jury members. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is GMR Varora Energy Limited, Varora. Have one of the best boiler efficiencies and APCs in the country, installed a 30 megawatt ground mounted solar and a 5 megawatt floating solar panel to meet their demands. GMR Varora Energy Limited, Varora is the next National Energy Leader Award winner. GMR Varora Energy, Varora. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited, Narsapura. Adopted a triple option to zero, which proposed initiatives for livable and sustainable society. Installation of 300 parabolic solar thermal heaters for hot water generation. Honda Motorcycle and Scooter, Narsapura. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is ITC Limited PSPD Unit Bhadrachalam. Pioneers in ozone bleaching technology, BCTMP in India, first paper mill to achieve GreenCo's Platinum Plus rating, and adopting recently the data analytics for process and efficiency optimization through Industry 4.0, ITC PSPD Bhadrachalam Unit. And apart from the National Energy Leader Award, they also win the most innovative project chosen by the jury members, ITC PSPD. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is JK Cement Works Muddapur. Again, a GreenCo Platinum rated plant, implemented several management systems and standards for consistent improvement. JK Cement Works Muddapur is the National Energy Leader. National Energy Leader Award winner is JK Paper Limited, JKPM Rayagada. Consistent plantation of over 8,000 hectares per year, sequestering 3 times more carbon than their actual emissions. 67% of their energy coming from renewables. JK Paper Limited Rayagada is the National Energy Leader Award winner. JK Tire and Industries Limited Chennai is the next national award winner. 71% of their overall plant consumption is coming through renewables, 36% carbon sequestration with respect to their overall emissions, and several other measures implemented in their units for consistent energy efficiency performance. The next winner is JK Tire and Industries Limited Chennai. The next winner of National Energy Leader Award is the Kachiguda Railway Station, Kachiguda, Hyderabad. An IGBC gold-rated building, ISO 14001 for EMS and many other systems in place. Significant adoption of renewable energy and consistent improvement in their energy performance. Kachiguda Railway Station, Kachiguda is the next National Energy Leader Award winner. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is Nabha Power Limited, Rajpura. Achieved one of the nation's best heat rate of 2192 kilocalorie per kilowatt hour, energy management system in place, several other efficiency measures implemented to achieve consistent reduction in energy consumption. The next National Energy Award winner is Nabha Power Limited, Rajpura. The next National Energy Award leader winner is NTPC Limited, Ramagundam. Certified by the Clean Energy Ministerial Insights Award 2021 by International Clean Energy Ministerial under Department of Energy. Apart from their improvements in heat rate and auxiliary power consumption, installation of 10 megawatt ground mounted and 100 megawatt floating solar plant. NTPC Ramagundam team, please. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is RINL Vizag, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited Vizag. May I request the team to please come here. First steel plant to get ISO 50001 certification. First steel plant to get 5S certified for the whole plant. Adopted several measures across the plant for energy efficiency and decarbonization. Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited Vizag is the next National Energy Leader Award winner. next National Energy Leader Award winner is Sagar Cement Limited, Bayavaram. Sagar Cement Limited has both GreenCo and GreenPro certifications from the CII. 62% of their energy demand is met through on-site and off-site solar. May I request Sagar Cement team to please come. Total group is powered by 26 megawatt of green energy and Bayavaram sourcing about 8.3 megawatt of hydro power as well. Sagar Cement Bayavaram unit. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is CII Paper and Boards Erode. I would request the SPB Erode team to please come on the stage. Some of the unique achievements have been in terms of promoting circular and cross-sector economy, utilization of 70% of their energy sources from renewables, achieving carbon neutral through forestry management. CII Paper and Boards Erode is the next National Energy Award Leader winner. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is Tata Motors Limited, Pantnagar. I would request Pantnagar team to please come forward. They have enabled digitization in their entire plant through Industry 4.0, implementation of ISO 50001, and a roadmap to surpass and maintain the national benchmarks. Tata Motors Limited, Pantnagar is the next National Energy Leader Award winner. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles Limited, Pune. I'd request the team to please come forward. 3 megawatt of on-site solar power generation, implementation of energy monitoring and management system, and adopting Industry 4.0. Tata Motors Pune team, please. Yes. Okay. I think Pune isn't. Tata Motors Limited Pune is the team here. No. Okay. We move to the excellent energy efficient units, and we will go sectorally in this. The first sector for excellent energy efficient unit awards are the automobile sector, automobile and engineering. The first winner in automobile engineering is Ashok Leyland Limited, Pantnagar. I'd request Ashok Leyland Limited, Pantnagar to please come forward. Ashok Leyland Limited, Pantnagar, please. Okay, Ashok Leyland Limited, Pantnagar. Not here. Okay. Bosch Limited, Bidadi unit. Bosch Limited, Bidadi. Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Kolhapur. Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Kolhapur, please. The next is TK Elevator India Private Limited, Pune. Please be ready. TK Elevator India. TK Elevator India Private Limited. The The next Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award winner in Auto and Engineering category will be Toyota Kirloskar Motor Bidadi. Toyota Kirloskar team, please. The next we move to the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit category in the building sector. And the first building in this category is Cognizant Technology Solutions, CCC Coimbatore. Cognizant Technologies Coimbatore, please come forward. And after Cognizant Technology Solutions, we have Cognizant Technology Chennai, CKC Chennai, please come forward. CTS Coimbatore, please. Late evening. CTS Coimbatore followed by CTS Chennai. And they will be followed by Fortis Healthcare Limited Mohali. Fortis team, please come forward. Followed by Honeywell Technology Solutions, Bengaluru. Honeywell, yes. The next winner, Honeywell Technology Solutions, also wins the Most Innovative Project Award by the jury member, Honeywell Technology Solutions, EcoWorld, Bengaluru, please. They will be followed by Wipro Limited, Kudati, Bengaluru. Wipro team, please come forward. Wipro Sarjapur will be followed by, Wipro Kodati will be followed by Wipro Sarjapur. Wipro Sarjapur team, please. Both, okay. Good. Wipro Kodati, Bengaluru. Moving next to the cement sector, the first in the cement sector to win Excellent Energy Efficient Unit is Calcom Cement Limited, Lanka. Calcom Cement Limited, please come forward. Calcom Cement. And they will be followed by Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Kadapa. Dalmia Cement Kadapa team, please come forward. Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Kadapa has also been awarded the most useful presentation from the jury members, so congratulations. Dalmia Cement Kadapa will be followed by JK Cement Balasinor. JK Cement, please. I think we missed Wipro Sarjapur 2 Bengaluru unit. The team is here. The next award winner will be Wipro Sarjapur Unit 2 Bengaluru in the buildings category. Sorry. That was the same team, please. The next in the cement will be JK Cements Jarli team. JK Cements Jarli, please come forward. JK Cements Jarli will be followed by JK Cements Mangarol. Mangarol team, please come forward. JK Cements Jarli, please. JK Cements Jarli, followed by JK Cements Cement Works Mangarol. Please come forward. The next winner in the cement sector is the Ramco Cements Limited Alathiur. Ramco Cement Limited Alathiur team, please come forward. Ramco Cement Alathiur. The Ramco Cements Limited Alathiur unit, please. The next awards will be in the general sector, and the first company in the general sector to be awarded is Aurobindo Pharma Unit 9 Hyderabad. Aurobindo Pharma Unit 9 Hyderabad team, please come forward. Aurobindo team. Aurobindo Hyderabad, please come forward. Please go. Aurobindo Pharma Hyderabad will be followed by Aurobindo Pharma Limited Visakhapatnam. Aurobindo Visakhapatnam team, please come. Yes. Aurobindo Hyderabad is followed by Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 14, Visakhapatnam. Unit 14, Visakhapatnam. Please go ahead. And they will be followed by Dalmia Bharat Sugar and Industries Nigohi. Dalmia Bharat Sugar team, please come. Dalmia Bharat Sugar and Industries Limited, Unit Nigohi. And they will be followed by Galaxy Surfactants Taloja. I'd request the Galaxy Surfactants team to please come forward. Dalmia Bharat Sugar and Industries Limited, Nigohi. Galaxy Surfactants is the team here. Okay. The next company will be the Indian Farmers Fertilizers Cooperative Limited, Aunla Unit 2, Bareilly. I would request IFCO Aunla Unit 2, Bareilly team to please come forward. IFCO Aunla Unit 2, Bareilly, followed by ITC Limited, Kidarpur. I request ITC Limited, Kidarpur team to also come forward. IFCO team, please go ahead. Please go ahead. ITC Limited, Kidarpur would be the next winner, and they have also won the most useful presentation award by the jury members. ITC Limited, Kidarpur, the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award winner, as well as the most useful presentation. And they would be followed by Kothari Petrochemicals, Chennai. Kothari Petrochemicals, Chennai team, please come forward. Kothari Petrochemicals Limited, Chennai, please. Kothari Petrochemicals will be followed by Nayara Energy Vadinar. Nayara Energy team, please come forward. Kothari Petrochemicals, Chennai. The next Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award winner is Nayara Energy Limited, Wadinar, and they would be followed by Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, Delhi. Nayara Energy Limited, Wadinar. Followed by Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, Delhi wins the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award. And they would be followed by the Supreme Industries Limited, Punjab. Supreme Industries team. The Supreme Industries team. Yes, sir. The next winner is the Supreme Industries Limited, Punjab, and they would be followed by the metal sector. And the first in the metal sector to win the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award is Hindalco Industries, Renukut. Hindalco Renukut team, please come forward. Hindalco Renukut. Hindalco Industries Limited, Renukut, please come forward. Renukut, please go ahead. They would be followed by JSW Steel Coated Products, Vasin. Vasin team, yes. The next is the JSW Steel Coated Products, Vasin, followed by Tata Steel Limited, Jamshedpur. Tata Steel team, please come forward. Tata Steel Limited. Followed by Vedanta Limited, Lanjigarh. Vedanta, Lanjigarh. Please come. The next Excellent Energy Efficient Unit winner in metals category is Vedanta Limited, Lanjigarh. Please come forward. They would be followed by the power plant sector. The first would be Hindalco Industries Limited, Mahan. Hindalco Industries Mahan team, please come forward. Hindalco Industries Mahan will be followed by NTPC Limited, Sipat. NTPC Sipat. Hindalco, please go ahead. NTPC Limited, Sipat unit, followed by the KCP Limited, Muktiala, CPP. NTPC Limited, Sipat. Followed by the KCP Limited, Muktiala Captive Power Plant. KCP Limited. KCP Limited will be followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Maihar Cement Works. Ultratech Cement, Maihar, please come forward. Ultratech Cement Limited, Maihar. This concludes the first set of Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award presentations. The next award which CII instituted about 4 years back was to recognize young and emerging leaders in energy efficiency. The criteria was for young leaders in energy efficiency who are less than 40 years old and have significantly contributed to the energy efficiency in their respective organizations. The first winner in the Young and Emerging Leaders Award category is Mr. Aniruddha Kulkarni, Manager R&D, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Greater Noida. Mr. Aniruddha Kulkarni, please. The second winner under the Young and Emerging Leaders category is Mr. Debashish Thakur, Senior Manager, Technical Services, Nimligar Refinery, Numaligar. Mr. Debashish Thakur. Congratulations. The third winner under the Young and Emerging Leader category is Mr. Sahib Rao Bhosle, Senior Manager, Maintenance and Energy at Marelli Motherson Automotive, Pune. Mr. Sahib Rao Bhosle. Mr. Sahib Rao Bhosle, please come. There were 5 other finalists in the program. Recognize the finalists who have come to the final stage of evaluation. The runner-ups in this category were Mr. Abhishek Gagar, Senior Manager, Energy and Projects, JK Tire, Kankroli. Please come forward. Mr. Abhishek Gagar. Mr. Abhishek Gagar will be followed by Mr. Bixam Bukhia, Associate General Manager, GMR, Hyderabad International Airport. Mr. Bixam Bukhia, AGM, GMR, Hyderabad International Airport, please. Followed by Ms. Garima Sahi, Assistant Manager Process, IOCL, Mathura Refinery. Ms. Garima Sahi, Assistant Manager Process, IOCL, Mathura Refinery. Followed by Mr. Mohammed, please go ahead. Followed by Mr. Mohammed Javed Rifai, Senior Chief Engineer, Cluster Hotels of IHCL, Chennai. Mr. Rifai. Mr. Rifai is followed by Mr. Selvanathan, Manager at Hyundai Motor India Limited, Chennai. Mr. Selvanathan. Okay. Please go. The next category of awards are the most innovative product or service awards, in which products or services contributing significantly for energy efficiency are recognized. And the first winner in this category is Afeco Heating Systems, Kolhapur. Afeco Heating Systems, please come forward and receive the award for the most innovative product. Afeco Heating Systems, Kolhapur. The next winner under this category is Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Greater Noida, BPCL team, Greater Noida, BPCL team. And the product which BPCL team has applied is for the Bharat High Star stoves, most energy efficient stoves, BPCL Noida. BPCL Noida will be followed by HPCL for the indigenous rechargeable coin cell. HPCL team, please come forward. HPCL Bengaluru is followed by Prompt Innovations Private Limited, Ahmedabad, for their most innovative product or service, Milko Chill, an instant milk cooler. Prompt Innovations. The last category of awards for today are the Innovative Product or Service Award. The first winner is Ardtech India Private Limited, Mumbai, for their solutions for fan retrofits and ventilation, ArtTech India Private Limited team, please come forward. Thank you. ArtTech India Private Limited is the winner of Innovative Energy Saving Product or Service. They would be followed by Encent Efficient Technologies, Hyderabad. Encent Technologies, please come forward. Hello. Thank you. Encent Efficient Technologies Limited, Hyderabad is the next winner of Innovative Product or Service for their combustion control systems, Encent Efficient Technologies, followed by Super Innovative Labs Private Limited, Hyderabad. Super Innovative Labs Private Limited for the Super Desk, followed by Ushwa Clean Technology Limited, Mumbai. Ushwa Clean Technology team. Thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you for the dignitaries on the dais for distributing the awards. The next set of awards will be distributed at 4 p.m. in the evening session. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Ganesh Bhatti to deliver the concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Kiran, and thank you, Mr. Venkatagiri, for giving this opportunity. Actually, I am so delighted to be here among very learned and very experienced people in the sector of energy, particularly the renewable energy and the environmental science. It gives me a great pleasure to thank our chief guest, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India, for his excellent speech and the presence here, and for giving away the awards to the distinguished industries for their efforts in the field of energy. Sir, it is indeed a great pleasure for us to have you in this forum and also to listen to you on the needs of energy efficiency, whatever you have mentioned in your speech. You have touched upon the expectations of the industry and the industry leaders to take it forward, to make it world class. And it is happy to know that with the guidance of CII and as well as the government agencies, now the lot of collaboration work is happening in industry. We can see the transformation in the industry with respect to many of the fields, and government agencies, industries, institutions and the social media, they are all coming together to address our issue of global warming or whatever you call. And Mr. Ravichandran has also mentioned, as well as Dr. Ashok Kumar has also mentioned, now we have to shake the generation. Yes, definitely, the generation to come and the generation at present, they have to take care of only one earth, which is available to us. That is the need of the hour. There is no need to mention separately for it. And Dr. Ashok Kumar has mentioned about the challenges the industry are facing and how we have to move forward with our objectives to take care of need of us as well as the need of the next generation. In between, I want to recall the statement or the commitment made by our Prime Minister in the recent Copenhagen meet in Glasgow, Scotland. He mentioned about 5 important elements, what he called is nectar elements, or the Pancha Tattva or the Pancharatna, whatever you call. And he said that by doing so, we can address this opportunity, we can address this global challenge of either global warming or the depletion of so many resources available with us. And he mentioned about the 5 elements, namely, first he mentioned about to increase the capacity of renewable energy generation to 500 gigawatt by 2030. And also mentioned about increasing the renewable energy requirement. All our requirements of energy should be met by 50% by end of 2030. And I am glad to share here that most of the paper industries are already achieving this number. For example, we are achieving a number of 65 to 70%. And yesterday also, when we had a lot of deliberations in our technical sessions, we touched upon this point. The people are talking about this. Lot of things are happening. Mr. Ravichandran has also mentioned about some of the statistics, what we achieved through these energy measures, which we have already taken, and it is a great move for the industry. And the country will reduce the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030. This is the third point he has mentioned. And the carbon intensity of economy would be reduced less than 45% by 2030. And the fifth element is country would become net zero by 2070. Yesterday when we had technical discussions on this, many people, they have expressed their concerns, what measures we are going to take to achieve this number. But at least what we concluded is, at least some efforts are being done now. The awareness has come. The generation is becoming more and more aware. And Dr. Ashok Kumar as well as Mr. Ravichandran, they are also saying the same thing. Generation is changing because it is the need. We have only one earth to live. If we are not alerting ourselves now, or if we are not taking the actions now, the things may come to a stage of a point of no return. Why to wait for such a situation? Why can't we take some measures right now to save ourselves and to save the generation to come? This is the point, and this is rightly pointed out by Dr. Ashok Kumar. And really, sir, we are impressed by your talks, and it has motivated us a lot to take this initiative forward. And now I would like to thank Mr. Ravichandran, Chairman, Energy Efficiency Council and President, DONFOS India. Need not to mention his efforts in this area and the initiatives he has taken to address many of the issues of industry in the area of energy and renewable energy. Sir, you have made this event very fruitful with your great perspective and in the field of energy and efficiency. And definitely the point you have raised is where to address, what to address. And the efforts done by the industry in the field of energy is really encouraging. And also it encourages others also who are not in line with this to take new initiatives. And I would like to congratulate all the winners of this CII National Award for Excellence in Energy Management. I have seen personally the interest and the spirit of competition in this energy competition is really, really wonderful and encouraging to all of us. And more people are coming forward now. The new entries are there. People are also seeing the benefits of doing all these initiatives by themselves. Ultimately, we have to convince that the efforts will not go as a waste, and it will help them to address the current issues. And their wholehearted participation is really appreciable. And presentations are filled with new innovations, and many in-house activities are being taken care and are being done, as well as it is being shared with all of us. It is a great forum. It is a great opportunity to learn from others and share knowledge. And yesterday also, in the last 2 days also, when we had these technical sessions of different sectors, lot of industry leaders, CEOs, executives, and some of the officers, suppliers, chemical suppliers, equipment suppliers, and some of the the experts from the institutions, they have contributed on various points to address a common goal. That was the beauty. So this is the point which I want to highlight is, please make use of this forum. Please take all the initiatives, whatever Venkatagiri or even Kiran through CII, they are giving us the guidelines. Resources are there. Information is available. Only we have to make use of it. Thank you, Venkatagiri, and Mr. Kiran also for your leadership in this area. Now, two things are coming to my mind. One is the ecosystem restoration. This particular decade, am I not taking much time? Another 1 or 2 minutes. You all know that this current decade is considered as decade of restoration of ecosystem, 2021 to 2030. Why 2030? Many environmentalists, they are saying that if the things are not taken care now, and if it is allowed to move like this without taking any action and the same rate of deterioration, by 2030 we will reach a stage of point of no return. He has already mentioned the global temperature has already increased by 1.5 degree, which is our target. Now, that is the biggest challenge everybody is having, and our role is very, very important as the industrialists or the industry partners to take all possible measures at our end in every activity. There are many ways of doing it. There are some doubts about how to achieve it, and this doubt is expressed by many people. We don't have the resources, we don't have the capital to invest. But yesterday also I was mentioning about it. There are several ways of doing it. Let us think differently. Whatever we are doing, let us see what impact it is making on the environment. Can I change the system? Can I modify the system? Can I go back and can I review to do it in a different way so that the impact is less? Like that, so many opportunities are there. I will not take much time. It is really a time to go green. Green practices, green initiatives. CII is guiding us. Becoming green is more important than becoming big. This is what I want to say. Thank you very much for all the participants. Congratulations to all the winners. Thanks CII, and my special thanks to Dr. Ashok Kumar as well as Mr. Ravichandran for being with us, encouraging us, motivating us to take this initiative forward. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we conclude this session. Tea is served outside at the Silver Oak Hall and the exhibition area. Please join there for a cup of tea. The next session will start at 11:45 a.m. Please reassemble back at that time. Thank you.
Going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All stations as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center will continue to contribute to sustainable development. This success belongs to the stakeholders who are proudly associated with the center, and the journey continues.
अभी से प्रेजेंटेशन
Going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the center has completed 15 beautiful and inspiring years.
एक बार इस पे देना ये वाले लैपटॉप
This center has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain a competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities.
हो गया
Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC-rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities, and many more.
Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge Knowledge Exchange. The CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the center, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the center has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This center has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII
Good morning, everyone.
India Green Building Council has
Congratulations to all the winners who were able to win award in the first round. We'll be having the second round in the evening. So now we'll be starting with the first session for today. So our first session is latest advancements in energy efficient technologies. We'll be having two presentations now. The first presentation is by Mr. Madhur Sehgal. Request you to please come on stage. The second one is from TIMEC, Mr. Hemant Savarkar. Request you to please be on stage. So our first presentation is by Danfoss Industries Private Limited. Mr. Madhur Sehgal is our first speaker. Mr. Madhur Sehgal is a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and he has done his management studies from IIM Ahmedabad and KIMS Harihar. He has a strong knowledge of HVAC industries with more than 23 years of experience with leading organizations in India like Emerson Climate Technologies, Voltas and many others. He comes with a strong knowledge of channel and OEM sales and is instrumental in building Danfoss as a strong brand in segments like commercial air conditioning, commercial refrigeration, railways and other public sector organizations. I would now request Madhur Sehgal sir to please be here.
I need to use this. Thank you. Good morning once again to all of you. Thank you very much, CII, for giving us this opportunity to present the energy efficient solutions, what we have, which we are bringing to the forefront today, which will really help us to kickstart this net zero journey, which has already been decided that we will be net zero country by 2070. First, I will start with by giving a glance of Danfoss business. So Danfoss business is divided into 3 product lines. Danfoss is an 89-year-old company. It was founded by Mr. Mads Clausen in a small city of Nordberg in Denmark. And today we operate in 3 product lines. The first one is Power Solutions. In Power Solutions, we are working in industrial hydraulics as well as in the mobile hydraulics. Mobile hydraulics for the applications like tractors and excavators, and the industrial hydraulics for the heavy machinery industry. Another important product which has come up in the Power Solutions segment is the Editron segment, where we are making electric drive trains for the electric vehicles, like electric buses, electric ferries, and electric construction vehicles. The second division, which I belong to, is Danfoss Climate Solutions. That's the second biggest business for Danfoss. In Danfoss Climate Solutions, we have solutions for the air conditioning and the refrigeration industry. And we completely focus on the human comfort as well as on the safety of the food supply. In this segment, we have compressors, controls, heat exchangers, and heating solutions for addressing the needs of different applications. Then the third division which we have is Danfoss Drives. In Danfoss Drives, anything to do with the motion controls is all about Danfoss Drives. Today, Danfoss Drives find a place in any application around the world. Take an example of any chiller which is operating for air conditioning, any refrigeration equipment, any pump, electric motor, you will find a drive there to really control the motion. That's what Danfoss Drives is all about. In total, we have around 40,000 employees across the globe today, and we have sales and manufacturing operations across the globe in almost 100 countries. So specifically, I think if we look at the global mega trends we focus on, the first one is urbanization. The way our cities are growing, the way more and more people are moving to the cities, we know that growth is bound to happen. And along with the buildings growth, there is always a focus on improving the rail, air, and the marine infrastructure. So that is also improving a lot. The new airports are building up, new metro stations are coming. Now metro is moving into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. The second important aspect is the water and food supply. Water is an integral part of everyone's life, and we have solutions which really help in recycling the water to make it more usable again. Similarly, on the food supply, food is getting wasted, and it all depends. It's very, very important that we provide safe solutions which really help in reducing this food waste. If we look at these two aspects, urbanization and water and food supply, they are very, very closely connected to the electrification and climate change. And last but not the least, digitalization. This is a very important piece today. If we look at any application today, digitalization is there. We are talking of the solutions where right now what is happening is that more and more automation is coming into the picture. And with this automation coming in, we are moving towards more accurate solutions where human intervention is not much required. Moving on. So these are the markets we serve. So if you take an example of a commercial building, industries, residential, district energy, everywhere air conditioning, refrigeration, heating, and food supply, all these are required, and these are the markets we serve. Talking about the transportation, vehicles and transportation, the mobile and industrial hydraulics, and the marine and offshore. In these, our solutions are for the electric drive trains. We also take care of the air conditioning and the refrigeration requirements in these vehicles as well. and obviously there is process automation also involved. So these are the markets we serve today. So when it comes to the India, where is the focus? In India, the government of India's focus is on agriculture and food processing. With our mobile hydraulic solutions, we are mechanizing the tractor industry a lot, and we are also focusing on doubling the farm income by reducing the food loss. That's very, very important by providing the cold chain solutions which are directly from the farm to the fork. Moving on to the next segment is dairies and fisheries. Dairy is a very, very important aspect in everyone's life. If we look at the dairy solutions, there are always cooling solutions available, and we are really impacting each and every farmer who is collecting the milk from his farm and delivering it to the large dairies like Amul and Mother Dairy. Now what we are doing is the next transition. Next transition is that dairy solutions are moving to the solar energy. So we are bringing in solar energy to really power the cold chain solutions for the dairy industry. Another important aspect is about the fish exports. India is a very large hub for the fish exports, and we are very closely working with the exporters of India who really need more and more safe and reliable solutions to really improve their productivity as well as reduce their operating cost. Along with this, we have electrification and grid modernization. Energy storage is becoming a very, very big subject. We've just installed an energy storage example in our plant itself. Today we are having solar energy in our plant, and what we are doing is on Saturday and Sunday, the energy which is getting produced is getting into this energy storage, which is then used in the next working days. Similarly, charging infrastructure, I think that is becoming a very, very big necessity, the way we are moving towards more and more electrification of our vehicle industry. Net zero buildings, I think more and more airports, metro stations, data centers, hospitals, hotels are coming, and there is a clear endeavor to move all these different buildings to the net zero buildings. The last important piece is water and wastewater. Recycling of the water is very, very important. The way industry uses the water, and we need to recycle that. We have high pressure pumps, which really help in separating the water from the waste, and then waste can be eliminated, and the water can be reused for the industrial purpose. Talking a bit more about Denmark, in the recently concluded International Energy Agency's conference in June, one of the cities was announced as the energy efficient capital of the world. And that city, specifically, the conference was first time organized in that city. The city's name is Sonderborg. It's in Denmark. Today, Sonderborg city is, why it was chosen as the energy efficiency capital was because Sonderborg is clearly working towards the goal of reaching net zero target much before 2030 itself. Danfoss headquarters, Nordberg, is just in the vicinity of the Sonderborg city. And if I talk about the Danfoss headquarters, so what we have done is we have already achieved 70% reduction in the heating requirements. And how we have done it, we are using the waste heat energy from the manufacturing processes and the data centers to use for the heating of for the human comfort. Similarly, the balance heat, what we are doing is we are utilizing the biogas, which is available for us due to the waste which is getting created, and that is also used to create more heat for the human comfort. With this, when we look at the power requirements, we have reduced these power requirements by 43%. A very, very, very important aspect here is that over the last 15 years, the productivity has gone up by 15 times, and we have reduced the power by 43%. That's a very, very big achievement. And I must add here that our Nordberg plant will be net zero by the end of this year itself, 2022. So we are clearly on the journey of achieving the net zero target much, much faster. Talking of Danfoss other plants, so if we look at Danfoss other manufacturing facilities, including in India, we are clearly focusing on increasing our energy productivity and also reducing the CO2 intensity and the energy intensity. With that, the clear goal for us is to make all the factories of Danfoss net zero by 2030 itself. Now talking about the energy efficient solutions, what we are going to talk about for today. So I'm going to talk about 4 key products which are really impacting the industry as a whole. I think a lot of industry dignitaries are sitting here today, and the way we are having these solutions, it is going to impact each and every industry going forward. The first one is for air conditioning. So we have turbocore compressors for the air-cooled and the water-cooled chillers, which are required for the human comfort. This compressor is an oil-free magnetic compressor. This compressor came into picture, like we started this production of this compressor in 20 years back, and today this has become the industry leader. With this compressor, if I compare with any of the conventional technology, the energy saving is more than 30%. This is clearly having the lowest energy consumption, the lowest inrush current, which is very, very important. Such a large compressor of 200 tons, if it takes only 2 amperes to start, I think that's a remarkable achievement. Then also, this machine comes with a complete internal diagnosis. So it is clearly telling you that yes, this is going to be happening in me. There is going to be this problem in the future. Please correct that. So diagnosis is also available in this compressor. Today what we are also going to do is, now what we have taken is, we have taken the next step. We have launched the products for the green refrigerants. The refrigerants which have global warming potential of less than 1,234 ZE. We call that green turbocore. And today we will be utilizing this occasion of the Energy Efficiency Summit to launch the green turbocore as well. Second product for the building industry is the pressure independent balancing and control valves. These valves are used across the building to really give the human comfort, same type of temperature at each and every location across the building. That's a very, very important aspect. What we have also done, the advancement is that each and every valve can be connected to this BMS system, and we can clearly see how the performance is happening in the entire building. Moving on to the another flagship product, drives. As I mentioned, drives are already being used in many different applications today. And the way we have really mastered the solution, we have gone into the IP55 rating drives. Highest efficiency, almost 98% efficiency we have been able to achieve with these drives. And another important aspect is we have 24/7 service available in India. And to really support the Indian market, we have also gone into more and more localization. Today, 40% of the drives what we sell in India, we produce locally, and next year our target is to reach 70%. The last product in the category is about the heat exchangers. This is a new product for us where we have, and this product goes into a spectrum of industries, boiler industry, sugar industry, metallurgy industry, air conditioning, refrigeration. So the entire gambit of industries this product goes. And the important aspect of the product is that it is having less weight and footprint. And because of that, you can achieve almost 20 to 30% energy saving. And a very important aspect here is that Danfoss is having the entire value chain in India. Today we are producing these heat exchangers in India, which means the product is much, much faster available than earlier. So as I spoke about the different commercial buildings, there is clear, what we can see clearly is that in all the commercial buildings, there is a clear scope of achieving more and more energy saving and reducing the carbon footprint across the gambit of industries. I will now touch upon certain examples, what we have done already in India and across the globe. The first example is about Amul, where we have worked at the processing plant level as well as at the farm level as well, where the milk is collected. So in the plant level, we have been able to provide the drives and other cooling solutions to have a better process control and much faster cooling to really have more and more savings, which is close to 34% savings on the milk chilling costs, which is a very, very big number when we look at the Amul operations. Another important aspect is about providing these solutions at the farm level. So what we are doing is we are supplying condensing units which are being installed at the farm level to cool the milk as and when it is collected. And that's where we are providing also savings, because the milk is cooled almost 30 minutes faster than the conventional technologies. And with this, each and every farmer is also saving on energy. And the next step is to take this to the renewable energy. That's the goal we have, that each and every farm level, the cooling unit should be changed to solar energy. Second example is about supermarkets. In the supermarkets today, I think we have air conditioning, refrigeration, as well as lighting. To really control all this, we have the solutions available without any human intervention. So practically, if you really want to, the operations of a supermarket, which is close to almost 15 to 16 hours a day. So how you can save energy across the day based on the changing ambience, based on the changing loads, because people in the afternoon will be very less, in the evenings there will be more crowd there. And similarly, as you are approaching the evening, you don't need lights, so you can switch off the lights as well. So that's how the solutions are available now, which can clearly automate a complete supermarket. Next example is about the metro projects. We have already, today, I can proudly say that 90% of the metro stations in India are powered by Danfoss drives. That's a very, very big achievement what we have. The journey started with the Delhi Metro, and we have been able to extend it across the different metros, and more metros are coming. Overall, we have been able to provide 25% energy savings. I must add here that Mumbai Metro will be the first one where we will also have the turbocore oil-free chillers as well. So that's the first reference we are building up there, and I'm very sure that once that reference is available, we can surely get into many more applications in the same way. The next example is from Denmark. This is about water and wastewater. So what we have been able to do is, by using a combination of high pressure pumps and our drives, we have been able to remove the waste out of the water, using that waste to produce biogas, and then use the same energy to run the same water supply station. So clearly, the water supply station is actually contributing to its own energy. There is completely no external energy required to run the water supply station. So, and that has been done by using these solutions. Another example is from India. This is a flagship hotel, ITC Grand Chola. I think all of you must have seen this hotel. In this hotel, we have been able to provide our solutions, and they have been able to completely move away from the electrical energy. Today, almost 70% energy is through renewable resources, and also they are also able to 100% recycle their wastewater as well. And they are the first ones who have used the heat pumps also in the hospitality sector. Then we have another HVAC example from Mumbai Airport. This is another major example where we have been able to provide a lot of energy savings in many different applications across the airport. We have air handling units, fan coil units, also the conveyor belt system. So in all these operations, we have been able to provide safe and reliable systems along with the energy savings as well. Last two examples about heavy industries. In heavy industries, if we look at the metal industry, we also look at the power industry. Boilers are there, so to really control the speed of boiler, fans and pumps, and also to really safeguard your processes, I think drives are required, and we have been able to support a lot of these activities across these gambit of the heavy industries, as well as the mining and the mineral industry as well. Last but not the least, so I think today we can surely partner together to really build these solutions much more to really achieve our net zero target much faster. And I will close by saying that the greenest energy is the energy we don't use. So it's very, very important that we start focusing on the waste heat, what is available for us, and how we can utilize that to really create a much better world for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Madhur. Next, we have Mr. Hemant Savarkar. He is presently working with TMEC Industrial Systems India Private Limited as Vice President Business Strategy and Marketing. He is having a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Mumbai University, and he has an overall experience of more than 36 years working in various industrial segments for large electric motors, drive systems, and automation. In today's presentation, he would explain TIMEC's present-day contribution towards energy efficiency and carbon neutrality for global markets by virtue of TIMEC's wide range of sustainable products and solutions.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. Thanks for this opportunity by CII. Today we are going to see in a new different perspective of how do we save energy and how do we contribute worldwide in different kinds of application. So when we are saving energy, many a times we forget the product approach. So here we would like to touch more focus on the product approach and how the products help us save energies in a big way. So energy efficiency related subjects involving energy savings, energy enhancements, energy improvement are the main key objectives of many industrial, commercial, household segments for which we have gathered here today. TIMAC, by virtue of its high efficiency products and value engineered solutions, contributes to global energy efficiency objectives, which in turn help in reducing carbon footprint. TIMAC Industrial Systems India Private Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary company of Toshiba Mitsubishi Electric Industrial Systems Corporation, TIMAC of Japan, contributes to energy efficiency for our global clients. This is the manufacturing setup of TIMAC in Tumkur, which is near Bangalore, around 120 kilometers from Bangalore airport, where it is spread over 22 acres land. We have the large motors factory, electric motors factory, and power electronics factory to serve different industries of the global markets. So as a whole, what is TIMAC about? It's an industrial arena which handles metals, water, wastewater, cement, power generation, oil and gas, petrochemical, chemical, fertilizers, mining, paper pulp, rubber, plastic, these kind of heavy industries with the solutions from low voltage, medium voltage, induction and synchronous motors, medium voltage drives, low voltage drives, automation systems to provide the products and product-based solutions. We are also into power quality solutions where industries like industrial, automobiles, data centers, IT, ITES, health, hospitality, telecom, infrastructure, these different kinds of industries are handled where we supply UPS, battery systems, and we have a very unique product called multiple power compensator, which is used for avoiding the voltage dip related issues. There is a slide which will show going further. We also work in renewable energy for solar, wind, hybrid, biofuels, battery energy storage systems, pumped hydro storage, where we have product-based solutions like PV inverters, battery converters, inverters, battery systems, which help for building up these different solutions. We recently have entered into carbon neutrality based solutions where we have green hydrogen, green ammonia, carbon capture related activities going on worldwide, where we supply high current rectifier systems for electrolyzers, large motors and drives for compressors which are used in carbon capture and storage applications. There is a slide which I will explain going further. Now, as I explained about how the products help us to save energy, this is typically the example of a large high voltage electric motor which are used in large industries, heavy industries. Our proposal is to use high efficiency motors. This example which you can see on the screen is a water cooled, forced air cooled motor which is under IC86W configuration, which gives you at least 0.5 to 1% extra efficiency because of the virtue of the design of the motors used in this kind of heavy industries. So as compared to the standard execution of air-cooled motors, we propose to use these high-efficiency premium class HT motors, which help you to get higher kilowatt from smaller frame, better efficiencies, better power factor, and more efficiency as compared to the standard motors. So we have some results explained in these graphs, tables, which help you to understand. When it comes to the large drives, medium voltage drives have become very popular, and TIMAC manufactures medium voltage drives in our Tumkur factory in India, and we have drives ratings going up to 10,000 kVA for 2 different kinds of variants, and we see that motors 70% consume electrical energy in different heavy industries, and when we use these drives for throttling or speed control for the variable torque applications, which are the majority of applications in the heavy industries, they save substantial energy. We also advocate use of medium voltage drives in the soft starting applications. Soft starting, you must have seen the conventional soft starters which work only on giving the reduced voltage, whereas when you use VFD as a soft starter, not only the voltage, but you also reduce frequency to start the large motor. The benefit is you have less than 100% starting current, start on loaded bus without affecting the loaded bus, multiple start-stops are possible, soft start, soft stop also possible in many applications, like in a water pipeline application you want soft stopping, save cost on upstream hardware because you can economize that, save kVA demand charges. One VFD can do soft starting of multiple motors with some combination of switch gears. So these are all the benefits when you use VFD as a soft starter, and TIMAC has mastered the technique of starting these large motors for different kinds of applications in heavy industries. We also advocate the use of large motor and drive as a package, because we see in industry many times people struggle about choosing somebody's motor and somebody's drive, and they finally end up into a problem at the field, and then everybody keeps blaming other guy. So we promote the motor and drive because both of them are manufactured at the same location, and we take care of all the engineered parameters for these kind of product applications. This is the carbon capture and storage application, where in US, Texas, TIMAC has supplied 24 megawatt synchronous motor and 30,000 kVA drive to run this motor, where the carbon dioxide is captured and stored deep hole into the Earth's deep pit, and also the EOR, enhanced oil recovery process, it helps. So this is supplied by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and TIMAC has supplied the electrical system for this kind of carbon capture. We don't see much activity in India, but I believe a lot of carbon capture activities are going to come up very soon. TIMAC also undertakes the replacement of turbine-driven compressors, where we replace gas-driven and steam-driven turbines and replace them with high-speed motor. So TIMAC has developed high-speed motors which directly couple with these high-speed compressors without any geared coupling or any gears in between. And with the help of drive, medium voltage drive, we can run this motor at higher frequencies like 100 Hertz, 120 Hertz, and they directly couple with these compressors. So this saves a lot of efficiencies and improves the process operation, and overall efficiency is enhanced in a multifold way. TIMAC is very strong in port cranes, where we supply all kinds of electrical system, so motors, drives, and automation systems which are developed for quay cranes, ship loader unloaders, gantry cranes, and these enhance the efficiency of unloading the containers from the ships, which saves a lot of time and energy for the port authority. We also manufacture UPS, high efficiency UPS, which goes in all backup applications. So we provide UPS up to 8,000 kVA, and also the battery bank systems, engineered solutions for these kind of UPS solutions. This is a unique product which helps many industries to save the process from tripping against the undervoltage dip. So this is essentially an energy storage device where we use supercapacitors or lithium batteries which save the energy online, and in the event of the dip coming from the main source, it cuts off the source and pushes the energy back into the load, and the load doesn't experience any tripping because of the undervoltage trip. So this saves the process in a multifold way, And this has become very popular in semiconductor industries, plastic film industries, many high voltage power supply systems where it saves the process. TMAC is also on the forefront for the solar energies and the battery storage system. At our power electronics factory, you can see on the rooftop we have solar PV cells, and we have set up 3 kinds of battery bank system using Toshiba lithium titanate, Samsung and LG battery banks, and we generate solar energy to the tune of around 500 kilowatt. We store the energy into these battery banks, different kinds of battery banks, and we also have BESCOM connection for getting the serving the load of these 2 factories. And using the solar energy, we store the energy into the batteries, and during the night time for the second shift and third shift of manufacturing operations, we use the energy from the battery banks. We also can export the energy back to the BESCOM and get paid from them. So here TMAC has developed a lot of expertise in power plant control, where we can exactly control the power flow, do the power flow management, and serve the different requirements of grid peak demand, frequency stabilization, grid voltage fluctuation, deviation settlement management, energy storage to feed the different loads, and also standalone microgrid. So this is like a ESS lab, energy storage lab, where we can explain how the functionality is there for the battery storage system for different applications in a power plant, where the BESS gives a support to the power generation. This is the example where we had exported 57,626 kilowatt hours back to the grid and got paid at the rate of 5 rupees per kilowatt hour. This is the last slide. This is the high current rectifier system. This is a unique product which TMAC has launched, which works on IGBT rectification technology. It uses front-end IGBT converter and a DC chopper, and then regulates the DC voltage power supply going to the electrolyzer tank. And by virtue of this, we have very high energy efficiency, harmonics-free power supply system, ripple-free for the DC output. It takes care of weak grid requirements, and we can also export the KVR back to the grid because we have the capacitive energy into the DC bus with which we can help the grid to become more stronger. So this is a unique product which will come up in India for different kinds of green hydrogen, green ammonia projects. Thank you so much for patient hearing, and hope you all like the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind presentation. Next, we have a product launch from Danfoss. I would request Madhur sir to please brief us about the product and
Thank you very much, everyone. If we look at the air conditioning industry today, as I spoke earlier about turbocore, the solutions are already there for the last 20 years, and we have been able to do many installations in India, including many landmark ones, where we have been able to push this technology, which has really helped us to showcase that yes, what oil-free technology can bring to the forefront. The biggest advantage of this compressor is that it's a very small compressor, giving such a large capacity, completely working on magnetic field, which means there is no wear and tear. And if you look at a compressor after 10 years also, exactly the same performance will come, whether it is energy efficiency or the cooling performance, there will be absolutely no drop. That's the biggest advantage of the oil-free technology which we have seen, along with the energy efficiency. And the icing on the cake is this launch, where what we have done now is we've also launched the product with the refrigerants, which will be the refrigerants for tomorrow, which is the green refrigerants with the GWP of less than 1. Today, the companies who are already looking at achieving the net zero targets much faster, they are adopting this technology, and whenever they are doing the retrofitting also, they are moving to the R1234 ZE charged air-cooled or the water-cooled chillers. A very big industry today which is booming up is data centers, which needs a lot of cooling, and there I think we are making an entry with this turbocore compressor in India, because all the international players are asking for the chillers with the green refrigerants, and that's where we have been able to give them a solution rightly available in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danfoss team. Thank you, Danfoss, as well as TMEC team, for your presentations. Next, we have a master speaker session. So I would request all of you to be here.
Well, we are starting with our master speaker session. I would like to invite Mr. Ravichandra Purushottam and Mr. Sanjay Shrestha on the dais, please. Without a further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Ravichandra Purushottam, who is the Chairman, Energy Efficiency Council and President, Danfoss India. Well, he has been with Danfoss for over the last 18 years, and he has been leading India's business since 2013. He works to promote sustainable technology solutions to various challenges faced by industry and stakeholders. He has keen interest in areas such as energy efficiency, Industry 4.0, cold chain and carbon positive companies, and net zero buildings. So over to you for your thoughts and vision towards digitization to decarbonize. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know this is titled as Master Series, but neither I'm a master nor an expert on anything, but I want to share something on emerging trends in terms of how digital is getting all pervasive on decarbonization. And I think as many of you may know already that we have a huge compulsion in order to minimize our fossil fuels. We have no choice left to really start accelerating the decarbonization journey, whether it's at your home, or whether it is in your industry, or whether it is in your government building, or wherever it is. What I will try and do is, I have a short presentation. I will cover that in 3 parts. The first would be is about why digitalization is needed, and why is the energy system very complex, and why digitalization is needed. Then I will also kind of dive into, give you some examples of what is digital in terms of digitalization, and what are the elements in the digitalization which helps to harness the full potential on energy efficiency, keeping the pathway to decarbonization, and then finally land on one example, which of course is, there are multiple examples, multiple use cases, and I will kind of leave you with one. So let me start. When you look at the biggest challenge every country faces is, how do you decouple emission and GDP? And when you look at the current crisis that we are sitting on, oil is boiling at very high prices. We still are very dependent on oil. But just imagine when we talk about decarbonization by 2050 or 2070, whatever the date may be, we are going to have close to 10 billion people in the planet. That's the kind of population growth the planet is going to see. We are also going to see a lot of middle class, because when many of these climate change calamities come, the biggest impact is on the middle class. They are the ones who are most impacted actually. As I speak, if many of you have been to London or many of these large cities today, you clearly see the impact of inflation on many of these countries actually. Of course, it is not really non-availability of energy, but the cost at which the energy is available actually. The other important fact is that over the many years, when Mahatma Gandhi said that India lives in its villages, it is no more true. A lot of us are living in the cities actually. So cities are becoming very important GDP aggregators, and cities are the ones who are going to define the future decarbonization in my view. So we are seeing these 3 trends, that there's a population growth, there is middle class growth, and then we also have a significant growth happening in the cities in terms of urbanization. Now, this is no brainer. I guess energy systems are very key to the decarbonization. Energy transition is very key to decarbonization. The faster we move from fossil fuels to alternative sources of energy which has lower carbon emissions or zero carbon emission, becomes very important and strategic, not only to leave a better planet, but also economically it makes better sense. Just imagine that India is importing $950 billion of goods, out of which 20% of that is basically to run the country on oil and the coal actually. So it's a big burden on any country, and as the country grows bigger and the population goes bigger, we need to fix this problem that India is facing. So I think energy is very important, and I think there are not many choices left for us. Energy efficiency is one which I guess all of you are doing fabulous work on that. But the other thing is about the renewables. If you look at India today, I think India is about 500 gigawatts of connected generation side. We have about 500 gigawatts of capacity. Take away 100 gigawatts of diesel engines and diesel related power. 450 gigawatt is what we today have, and 60% is coal and oil. We need to flip this, which means if India needs to get to that 2070 Panchamrit goal, which our Prime Minister has defined, we need to add about 50 gigawatts by 2030. And that's a huge task we have, which means every year from now on, we need to add 50 gigawatts of electricity into the Indian grid. And of course, this will be decentral, basically. So we need to double our renewables, and at the same time, we need to accelerate 3 times or triple our energy efficiency. Only then we can really achieve these targets, is the point that I wanted to make actually. Another big challenge which we always think when we talk of energy is around the industry. But the biggest guzzler of energy is there is a strong nexus between water and energy. And agriculture is one important thing that we normally don't put enough focus. When you look at the population going to 10 billion, you're also going to see food production needing to grow by 50%. Climate change is having a significant impact on the food production. So food is going to need a huge amount of investment, a huge amount of innovation, and a huge amount of disruption from the carbon footprint as well. While India is very proud of the dairy development, I think India has already achieved close to 250 million metric tons of dairy milk processing. We are doubling our milk capacity, but all of this requires quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of water, and quite a lot of carbon emissions are there as well. So I think we generally tend to put less impetus on the food and water and energy nexus as well. And I want to highlight to you all that this also is a bigger carbon problem for us in the universe. We need to disrupt this food and water and energy nexus as well. So I guess this is why we do what we have to do. And here comes a great opportunity in my view, which we have never got, which is the digitalization opportunity. I think digitalization, as many of you know, we are sitting at the cusp of transformation when it comes to India. Especially digital India is very powerful. Huge opportunity for us to disrupt the rest of the world. I guess by end of this year and early next year, you're going to have your 5G in place. 5G is going to be changing the paradigm of India. Every remote corner of India is going to be having a technology backbone which is unimaginable. And I think we need to harness this when it comes to energy system. I think the digitalization is going to change the landscape of energy system, because today you can have interconnected plants, you can have distribution networks, and there is a Netflix moment for energy in India. It's not very far away. You as a user can go into an app and identify what sources of electricity you want to use for your home. We are not very far away from that moment actually. And digitalization is going to get you to that Netflix moment very soon, in my view. Of course, you also have to balance energy on the demand and supply side. So all of this, what has been the lessons learned in the last 2 years in digital? I think today 90% of all the data that has been created in the energy system has been using a lot of sensors that we have deployed actually. And many of us, even in our own factories, even in our own homes, have a lot of data, but we really don't process them. The more you process the data, you can make meaningful outcomes of the data. And this is a great opportunity for us of how you harness the data, how you make meaningful outcomes out of the data, and how you really use data to build a very good decision matrix on how you can disrupt your energy requirements as well. So I think so far, I think we have seen basis some studies done by different universities. The number that I'm reading it out to you is $11 trillion money has been saved using IoT technologies. This is a global number through some research. We can always argue whether it's 11 or 7 or 5, but I think that the direction in which we need to move as an economy is to really adopt digitalization in our systems. This will actually help us to really unlock huge potential that we don't see at the moment. And that's what I wanted to leave you all with the message. I think this is also going to change the paradigm because it's going to optimize all your processes. If you're a process industry or whatever industry you are, it's going to become smart. You can even, when a power fails today, you get an SMS, right? That means some data is available, but how do you use the data is also very important. So I think you get smart energy systems, you can balance demand and supply, and you can operationalize it. And then, of course, connected customers are going to become very important, and that's where I think this is going to be a big transformative part of where India is. But I think we also need to understand, the power system is very complex, and in my view, there are three great technologies that the energy systems are going to take leverage on. First is the artificial intelligence. I think I mentioned to you all that we have thousands and millions of data that we are generating. But using this analytics, we can make meaningful outcomes. For this, you need to build the AI platforms. And I think a lot more AI is getting into our businesses. I think a few minutes back, you heard my colleague Madhur talked about a compressor. A compressor today uses an AI library. It actually adapts to the building based on the number of people are in the building. It adapts to the external temperatures that are there in the building, in ambient temperatures, internal temperatures. So I think the plant room temperatures actually. So AI is getting very, very, embedded in everything, in a product level, in a system level, in a universal level actually. I guess we will see a lot more AI getting into in our daily lives as well. And then the other fascinating technology is blockchain. I think blockchain is going to really connect all your suppliers to all your customers as well. So energy is not going to be, I mean, today I think most of us pay our electricity bills through a Google Pay actually. Google has cornered 43% of the market share just on energy payment in India. I'm sure it's going to grow more and more. A lot more blockchain is going to evolve around in all the energy systems. And blockchain also will help you to harness, any losses which you have can be completely eliminated, and we'll get even more efficient than where we are today actually. I guess this is very primitive what I'm saying, which all of you might know. I think we use today a lot of sensors, we use a lot of meters, quite a lot of interfaces. We still don't have very solid global protocols that are emerging. But again, data gathering has been quite a lot of work that we have been doing on data gathering. Data analysis is where I think India has a unique opportunity to disrupt. This is where I think we all need to do smart work of building the right algorithms for the right industries, use AI and also use simulation actually. Today you can even simulate, currently as I speak in this building, you can actually simulate this building and really look at, are we efficiently using energy? Are we efficiently using light? Are we efficiently controlling the indoor air temperature, the indoor air quality, the oxygen level? Everything can be simulated automatically, and that's the power of digital in my view. So it gives you and leads you to take a lot of very meaningful actions, and I guess we are getting there. I think 5 years from now, we would be in a very different planet when it comes to digital, is my optimism on which I live actually. The reason is very simple. Digitalization is driving huge investments on the transmission side, huge investments on the demand side, and also on the generation side. And I guess digital twin, for the company that I'm sitting in Chennai, we have a campus of 50 acres. We are trying to create a digital twin of that campus to look at where is my energy footprint in the campus, where is my water footprint in the campus, and where is my air quality footprint in the campus. I think in 48 months from now, I can tweak any single data that I want on the campus. That's the power of digital, and it doesn't really cost you anything, in fact. There are several startups offering you these kind of services. You don't need to pay for it. You have to only use them and pay when you want them, and when you don't want them, you can stop paying as well. So we are getting into an era where digital will get very compulsive for us not to actually absorb it into the daily things that we do. I've chosen an example. I had a water example in my campus, but since I've used it in many conferences, I don't want to abuse that example. So I've chosen an example which is from Lean Heat, which is one of our startups within the climate organization, which Madhur had explained about. This is using artificial intelligence for buildings actually. And here we have used it on a multi-story building, and we have disrupted the energy footprint by about 20% on top of deploying technologies which has given you another 20-25% actually. So you can imagine this building after deploying this artificial intelligence is now 45% to 50% more efficient than what it was when the building was actually created basically. And it automatically adapts to the environmental changes, the building, where is it located. For example, if the building is located in Delhi and Delhi has an indoor air quality, Delhi has an external ambient temperature. So this is the kind of technology that we can offer, and AI is getting there. This example is not from India, but I have chosen to show you this example because already some buildings are already looking at these kind of technologies. Some are already in the pilot phases as well. Because this example will clearly tell you from a traditional building where the energy consumption patterns are, and using an AI deployed building, how you can completely disrupt the paradigm of energy consumption. So I think this is just a short example, a fly-in from some of the work that we have been doing. So if there are any more questions, I can take them. Thank you for patiently listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We can possibly take the question and answer at the end of all the presentations. I would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Shrestha, who is the Industrial Development Officer from UNIDO. He served in the UNIDO Regional Office for South Asia in New Delhi as a focal point for energy and environmental projects for about 5 years. Before joining UNIDO, he worked as a manager for electricity, utility and ESCO companies in Kathmandu, Bangkok and Sydney. His primary responsibilities include the development, implementation and monitoring of industrial energy efficiency, renewable energy applications in industry and clean and low carbon technology projects primarily in South Asia, Southeast Asia and South Asia regions. Over to you, sir, for your presentation on need for innovation in energy efficiency to promote low carbon growth. So.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here today. Thank you, CII, for inviting me to this event. On this particular topic, need for innovation in energy efficiency to promote low carbon growth, I will talk what UNIDO as agency is doing on innovation in India. And I'll give examples of few, let's say, projects also, what we have done. Now, for many who don't know UNIDO, I'll say a few words. UNIDO stands for United Nations Industrial Development Organization. It's a part of UN system, and it has a mandate to work on industry. Basically, we have unique mandate to promote and accelerate sustainable industrial and economic development. We have about 170 member countries who are mainly developing and economies in transition. Basically, we provide technical cooperation-related services to the country, and that applies to India as well. India has been a member since 1967. How we do is basically different things we can be done, but priority is the technical cooperation. Sometimes there can be very special projects, let's say program like that also, but in general, we have technical cooperation-related activities or programs in India. And you need to support countries to industrialize in ways that foster digital and green transitions and accelerate progress with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we link primarily with the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which is linked with industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure. And we do everything in line with national priorities. That applies to India as well. And in our process, you need to support innovation across the whole spectrum of industrial development. Now, coming to country per se, you say, I don't have to say much. This is already there in public domain. Indian government has made big announcement in the COP meeting last year also. And some of the targets are in the public knowledge. And simple, let's say there are 4 high points. Let's say India has a very, let's say, great target on renewable energy, 500 gigawatts by 2030, 50% energy requirement through renewable energy, and cutting down emissions by billion tons by 2030, and intensity by 45%, and net zero commitment by 2017. Now, targets are there. Innovation is the only thing, only solution that binds to achieve these targets. And innovation, and this energy transition or net zero targets, whatever we say, you see, they require mainstreaming innovation across all economic sectors. Now, coming to energy transition for next 10 years, you see now what it involves. Basically, it involves accelerated deployment of renewable energy and efficiency and new energies like green hydrogen and alternatives like biofuels. And at the same time, there will be low carbon energy also. That means reducing carbon footprint, integrating climate change with development objectives. This is very much prevalent for developing countries like China, India and others. Now, since we talk about transition, decarbonization is the thing which should happen. Earlier speaker, Mr. Ravi, has also mentioned about decarbonization. I don't go into details. I'll touch upon only industrial decarbonization. Basically, how it can happen. We need to phase out all these CO2 emissions from all aspects of industry without compromising much on the industry's contribution. On net zero kind of thing, you see, as mentioned earlier, innovation is very critical. Without innovation, I think we cannot think of achieving or meeting the targets there. And path to net zero requires immediate and massive deployment of all available clean energy and efficient energy technologies. And not only that, technical solution needed to achieve necessary deep cuts on emission, which are being developed, and their development needs to be accelerated also. And net zero also requires further rapid development of these available technologies and focusing primarily on clean energy innovation. And we believe that by, let's say, by 2050, most of the technologies which are there now, and some other, let's say, which are in the prototype, they will be, let's say, adopted. And now, coming back to India now, you need to have some kind of multi-pronged approach. We work innovation also. Apart from innovation, we try to support industries to accelerate adoption of energy efficiency, and primarily we are working in MSME sectors. And we have done few, let's say, projects in this respect also. Now, some projects are with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and some are with Ministry of MSME. Now, we don't only deal with the technology when we talk about MSMEs. We support, let's say, financing also. And through market transformation project, we are doing that so that we can bring some kind of innovative approach also. I'm not talking about technologies here. Sometimes we need to have innovative approach also to promote technology adoption or applications. And we have, let's say, done one innovation program about 5 years back, which is the first innovation-related project in India. We call Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. We have done this kind of projects in around 10 countries, and India is also one country where we have done that. We have implemented that project very successfully. And I'll come back on this program a bit later. And the last approach, I would say, something which we are doing at the moment is identification and deployment of low carbon technology. The project name is FLCDD. Now, coming to this MSME clusters, I'll not go into details because some of the things may not be related to directly on the innovation. What I can say that something which have not happened in the cluster level, we have done. Let's say establishment of energy management centers, and let's say something about linking with the research institution to develop efficient furnace, which we have done for Nagaur and Punjab-based these forging industries. And this is program one of the most successful in the past, 5 years back. And where you see, basically we tested the market also. What industry or entrepreneurs or startup companies are looking for. And we provided support services through accelerator program. And there were many companies or startup companies who received, let's say, support from this project. 84 technologies, 84 technologies and 41 cities. 84 companies from 41 cities were basically mentored through this program. And those days, it was not easy as today. And we have lots of questions at the time why we are doing, what you will get it out of it. And we thought that at least somebody has to start something supporting enterprises on at least on the business development skill set. And this is some of the pictures from that kind of GCIP program where we took some of the winning enterprises to US also so that they can see also outside India what's happening. Now, Facility for Low Carbon Technology Deployment, FLCDD. This is ongoing project with the BE where we have, let's say, great expectation from this project. And what we saw, what we visualized at the time of developing this project, it's happening now. And I can say that this project, what it was meant to be, it's delivering also. And our partners are Government Bureau of Energy Efficiency, DOST, and the CII as well. And under this program, we are focusing about 6 verticals. Pumps, motors, waste heat, cooling, IoT, industrial IoT, storage, and resource efficiency. And what we do is basically we invite entrepreneurs or startup companies to, let's say, compete in the challenges. And based on certain criteria, we provide awards also. And basically, those awards will be helpful for them to make it their technology demonstrated at certain sites so that they can go to the market later on. And those companies which, let's say, will participate in our program, basically they are at the level of technology readiness at the 5. And I just mentioned on the funds, we provide funds up to $50,000, basically to mitigate the risks so that technology can be demonstrated at the real sites. It may not be at the sites of the technology suppliers or providers. It can be somewhere, I think, commercial sites. So far, since the start of this project, we have about 59 winners who have received the funds also from the project. And they have I think about 20 enterprises have their technologies validated. Out of these, real, let's say, commercialization have taken place at 14. So far, you say, if you look at the numbers, pilot demonstration, we have almost about 220, more than 220 locations. And it represents medium to large size enterprises. There are biggies, all big companies, and medium companies also there. Some of the names are JSW, Raymond, and basically they cover 3 main verticals. You may ask why only 3 verticals: cooling, waste heat recovery, and pumps and motors. The other 3 verticals were added only in the year 2019. That's why we don't have that many technologies, let's say, validated at this stage. So they are on the process. Now, if anybody would like to have some information on our project or program, this is the website, www.lowcarbon-innovation.org. Now, before ending this one, I would like to say a few things from our perspective. You say, what we see on innovation, how, let's say, how things can be done better in the coming days or months. We have learned some lessons which we would like to share so that the innovation can be adopted or, let's say, prioritized by industries in a great scale. Okay? Development also, adoption also. we see there is no dearth of innovative solution in industrial and commercial sector. And normal procurement process, this financial criteria of selecting approach, financial, let's say, approach on selecting technologies do not apply to innovative solution. This is very key to promote innovative technologies or solution. And at the third point says differentiation has to be made while dealing with supplier of innovative technologies and commercially available technologies. We have seen lots of real stories when these entrepreneurs or startup companies go to the different industries for, let's say, adoption of for, let's say, application of technology. Their innovative technologies are compared based on the existing financing criteria. At times it doesn't work because they are not, let's say, sold in large scale and they cannot compete just like that with the existing commercially available technologies. And other points also we want to say that in general market doesn't like to take any risks. So innovators have this problem also. They have to work extra length to convince that innovative technology works. And at times we have seen that it's a negative to the, let's say, a negative in terms of promoting innovative technologies. And even the companies who like to purchase innovative technologies, they also have different approaches, see? Because they always talk about the budget. And that is also at times is, let's say, hindering the adoption of the technologies. And the last point here, I want to say that innovation has to happen. And this is something where India has a great chance because it has large number of smart and, let's say, dynamic entrepreneurs, startup companies. We have seen through our program, I mentioned only 59 winners. In fact, when we sought the applications, it's more than 500. From plus 500, we selected only 59. One can see that. Now, recently, we have concluded one challenge also. Just on storage technology, we have more than 100 entrepreneurs applying, you see. And there are lots of real innovative technologies also. I was surprised to see companies, let's say, we are trying to promote zinc-based storage for stability of the grid. And it's sort of unique, you see. And when I see the pool of the individual or entrepreneurs, innovation is going to happen. No one can stop in India. That I can see clearly through this program or project. And saying that, I would like to conclude here. If you have any questions or queries on our program or anything which we are doing in India, please feel free to ask anything. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. We can now take some questions. If the participants have any questions, they can raise their hands and we can maybe... Yeah. Sure, sir. Please.
Can you hear me? So the question to Mr. Sanjay, thank you very much for that insightful information. You know, we have mentored as a company 4 of the startups in UNIDO. But one of the challenges we faced was, like we recently commissioned a grid-connected 270 kilowatt lithium-ion battery-based solar storage onto the grid. And we wanted funding from UNIDO, and bigger companies who want to come up with startup ideas, joint funding options are not there. Maybe what I would urge UNIDO to think about is that, you know, like we have had this energy efficiency conclave here. We have excellent examples of how companies have innovated on a lot of technologies. I think UNIDO should look at, UNIDO is funding a lot, you're doing the right things for companies who are in the technology readiness level of 0 to 4 or 0 to 5. But industry is chasing 7, 8, 9, 10 technology readiness levels. So it's a little bit of out of syllabus for us, you know. So this is something which UNIDO needs to think about it. Or maybe Indian industry along with CII, you can come up with some innovative idea so that you can also fund some of these projects that you heard today also. They are worth getting the awards and scaling them up because there's a lot of great ideas around this room as well. Just a suggestion from my side. I'm not asking you to change your governance structure.
Thank you, Ravi. I think it's a very good question, I would say. When we developed this project, we had discussed a lot how to provide funds to entrepreneurs or startup companies. And based on our experience working on GCIP program, where we have only provided, let's say, business development skill set. And we thought that we need to go one notch up, how we can help them. And that's why we let's say, fix this support of funding to the companies who are basically at the level of readiness of 5. Now, you're talking about the 7, 8, 9, and we believe that at that stage, we say, some, let's say, external parties will be more keen to support the industries. Industries or any entrepreneurs who want to, let's say, get the funds. And since another critical factor with us is we don't have unlimited money also, funds. So we have to fix it also. Total project value is around $8.7 million. So within that, we have to allocate funds for different, let's say, components and activities. So that's why the reason for, let's say, limiting the financing or funding support to companies at level 5 was taken. Now, if we come up with another program on innovation, definitely we will consider your suggestion. We are talking about next scale of program or project also. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If you could come closer to the mic in the aisle. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My question to Ravi Chandran, sir. I am Devasis Thakur from Numaligarh Refinery Limited. Basically, my question is that actually we all are moving towards the renewable power, and that is the source for the green hydrogen. But the issue is that the capacity utilization for factor for the like solar power and the wind power is very less, in the range of 20 to 30%. And the round-the-clock basis power is a challenge for all the refineries and the industries. So how do you feel that round-the-clock basis of energy in terms of renewable power can be met in the near future? Because we have a like solution of battery or like palm hydro storages. These things we can use as a round-the-clock power solution for renewable power. So how do you feel that this can be the solution for a near future to go for the green hydrogen or any kind of renewable energy?
Well, I guess government is also thinking in this direction to promote investments around 24/7 power supply using renewables. There are a few pilot projects already combining wind, solar as well as storage. So there are some pilot projects. I think if we can get the economic sense on those projects, then scaling up will happen automatically. It's more a policy intervention which is needed. I don't think it's a technology issue. I think we need to have a policy which promotes 24/7 and supports those investors who can actually hedge, because technology is readily available for that. The cost of technology is the issue.
Yes, sir, you are correct. But the issue is that as per the GHCO, the Green Hydrogen Consumption Obligation, the mandate is that we have to go for 10% green hydrogen production by 2030. And for that, we require around 40 gigawatt, if you see in the India context. But 40 gigawatt is a very huge target. And in that case, I think if you go for battery storages, and that amount of huge area is required similarly. And palm hydro storage, I think it's a very huge area. So any other like alternative storages that we can thought for?
I'm sure the answer is yes. I may not have a good idea about what are the inhibitors for not doing it, except the economics of it, in my view. The biggest hurdle is, when you make the energy transition should be as competitive as coal. I know there's a lot of directionally we want to switch off coal plants actually. but it's also about the ability to switch from economics point A to economics point B actually. So technologies are absolutely irrelevant, but at what economics will it sit in your balance sheet is very critical, not just for companies, even for country as well. So I think we are moving in that direction. There's been a lot of PLI schemes announced for battery. I think yesterday one of the plants already operational in Tirupati, there's another one coming up in Tirupati, both for lithium ion. So you will see proliferation of, but again, I'm not here to argue whether X is a better technology or Y is a better technology. There's a lot of talk about green hydrogen, which is absolutely a great idea. But the question is, it's a completely parallel economy in terms of energy. And production of energy and distribution of energy is very different. I mean, the cost structure is very different. Produce energy, green hydrogen, is X means to distribute green hydrogen, the cost is 2X. So we need a lot more things to fall in place as an ecosystem, and then the play gets bigger actually. But it will happen. I mean, who expected we will be in 5G telecom 25 years back? And India has done it. So I'm more optimistic that it will happen.
I think there was one other gentleman who wanted to ask the question. Yes, sir, please come. So you can come closer to the mic so that all of us can hear you, sir.
Good afternoon to the senior persons on the stage. I'm Rakesh from Tata Motors Pune plant. I'm representing Tata Motors. The question is of similar nature. So we are already in the process of setting up 21 megawatts of in-house solar capacity, of which more than 10 megawatts we have installed. So that may sound quite impressive, but from the demand side, that only adds up to 35% of our consumption on the daily basis. So there lies the gap. Even if we spend 100 crores and set up 21 megawatt solar, that only takes care of 35% of our energy. Now we have to go to 100% or close to 100%. That comes in the problem of either going in for hybrid solutions or battery storage. So can UNIDO help us in some manner? Because in order to reach 100%, maybe I will have to set up 48 or 50 megawatts and then store or do something, or wind hybrid model of 48 megawatts that will take care of 90% or 100%. So can UNIDO help us in some manner, or are there any solutions around them?
Okay, it's a very, let's say, not easy question to answer, because we are not, as agency, UN agency, do not work directly or support, let's say, solving the problems of private sector. We just provide technical, let's say, support so that things are done much, let's say, optimally. Now, in your case, let's say, since there are gaps, what I can say is there is need for, let's say, going to some options, right? Now, storage is one option. Now, right now, you may also, let's say, have issues on the cost of the storage technologies. Now, what I'm hearing from these startup companies who are developing some battery-based solution on zinc, as zinc is easily available in large quantities in India, cost of this kind of technologies based on zinc will be much handy, right? Now, how economics work out, I cannot say at the moment. So once, let's say, this kind of company or entrepreneurs brings their technology into market, I think you may have some kind of options. At the moment, it's not that straightforward. There is no straightforward answer, you say.
Thanks. I mean, we also knew, but I thought just because you have such a wide scope globally, so maybe something unique, but let's wait for the future to come when it comes.
Thank you, sir. Are there any more questions? Sir, I think they'll be interacting with you during lunch hour session. So with this, I would like to thank all our speakers for their presence and for sharing their thoughts and vision. With this, we will break for lunch, which is arranged at Silver Oak Hall and Jacaranda Hall. And I would request all our participants to assemble back at 1:45 and take your seats, because we'll be starting the next session sharp at 2 o'clock. One more thing that I wanted to let you know is that we have an interesting speakers that have been lined up in the second half of the day, which is the master speaker session 2. And we will be having various presentations on net zero pathways for the industrial sector, what are the financing mechanisms needed, and how to, for the future growth, how to pave the road ahead. So I would request all of you to join back at 1:45. And also we've planned a exposition wherein cross-cutting edge technology solution providers are present. I would request you to also pay a visit there. Thank you so much.
Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the center has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This center has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchbhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it will stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network, or GEN, and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchbhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC-rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. the CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the center, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Soravji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the center has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This center has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals, or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network, or GEN, and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rate the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggest the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network, or GEN, and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII
I would request all the participants to kindly settle down. We'll be starting with the Master Speaker Session 2. I would like to invite our first speaker for the Master Speaker Session, Mr. Prabodh Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW Group, to kindly join us on the dais, please. Just a brief introduction. Mr. Acharya partners with CEOs, functional heads, senior executives, and operation heads to develop and drive sustainability strategy for the JSW Group, companies of steel, energy, cement, paints, infrastructure, etc. He's a MTech in environmental engineering, and he has worked for more than 3 decades in the field of corporate environmental management, emission reductions, climate change, corporate strategy on sustainability and policy development across various sectors and geographies. So over to you for your views on net zero pathways for Indian steel sector, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. It's right there.
Okay, I can. Coming? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. While I was waiting to speak on steel sector decarbonization, I was wondering how relevant it will be. But Mr. Nathan, you confirm me that it will be possibly relevant. The subject I will be speaking today about the net zero pathways for Indian steel sector specifically. And I see correlation, as you know, steel sector is highly energy intensive and at the same time emission intensive. And therefore, decarbonization pathway is very important, and the climate change issue is increasingly becoming a important business considerations in each of the business. And of late I see the steel sector globally is in the spotlight because of its nature that we are known as hard to abate sector. That means difficult to say abate the sector. But I call it, it is possible to abate the sector. Let us not focus on difficulties. As I will be speaking today about the pathways, let me just give little bit of background what these pathways are or what is called. You must all be fully aware that how climate change is going to impact each of our life and the business. So I will be talking more about the business. And then what we need to do, and there are different pathways. That means we have different carbon budgets, limited that we need to exploit within a period of time. The problem is the time. Now there is one pathway called net zero emission pathway. That means we will have around 500 gigaton of carbon budget that we have to restrict within 2050. So that is known as net zero emission pathway. The other pathway which IEA, International Energy Agency, talks about is steps. That is stated policy scenario. That means if we take considerations of all the existing policy across the world, then where we land up? Possibly we land up 3 to 4 degree scenario, which is not a desirable scenario. That means existing policy around the world is not really aligned for us to land in a net zero emission scenario. There is another scenario which is called SDS, Sustainable Development Scenario. What does it mean? This is possibly a desirable scenario where we'll not really land at 1.5 degree scenario, which is desirable, and we all, the world leaders and world communities, looking towards, as per the Paris commitment, to achieve 1.5 degree scenario and 2 degree scenario. So it is in between 1.7 degree scenario, and it is likely that you have a possibly higher carbon budget, and most likely you have to exhaust all your carbon budget by 2070. So that is the SDS pathway. Incidentally, you must be knowing that Government of India has committed to have net zero status by 2070. So pretty close that we are aligning with a 60% probability we will be landing at around 1.6, 1.7 degree. That means well below 2 degree, but not 1.5 degree. Now the question comes, that what we need to do in the steel sector, and what specifically Indian steel sector has to do. Let me elaborate that, but before that let me give an overview. You might be familiar with steel making, but let me just, those who are not familiar, tell that steel is made in two ways, primarily in two ways. One is that you take existing steel, that is called scrap, melt it in an electric arc furnace and you make the steel. And that is the least carbon intensive process. The other way, which traditionally in India we do, or in many parts we do, in fact 75% of steel is made in primary route. What is that primary route? You take a ore, we convert it to iron first, so the iron making, and then we convert that to steel. And that is the predominant route which world is following. As I stated, around 3/4 of world steel is made using primary route. And that is the challenge. So with respect to climate change, with respect to decarbonization, with respect to energy conservation, the challenge, most challenge, when you have an iron making facility along with the steel making facility. And that what you see in the graph, what I wanted to see globally, steel sector is contributing around 0.7% of global GDP. But at the same time, it is contributing around 7% of global CO2 emissions in the energy sector, which is approximately around 5% emissions of the total GHG emission of the globe. And that too, you see 95% of emissions is coming from this primary route, where 75% of world is making steel. Going forward, possibly it will be skewed, because there are a lot of focus to eliminate the iron making or do different kind of iron making where you don't have carbon emissions. So that is possibly going to change. So this is the challenge. Now if you come to Indian context, we are possibly little higher emissions. We are contributing almost 10 to 12% of India emissions, GHG emission, by the steel sector. And contributing to little higher of the GDP, 2% of our GDP is contributed by the steel sector. But still you see there is a disparity between the economic contributions and carbon contributions. So that is the reason possibly what I stated, that why steel sector is in the focus and is in the spotlight, maybe for the wrong reason. But the fact that no modern society can be built without steel, and steel is contributing to decarbonizing many other sectors. And even the fallacy is, if we want to build a climate resilient society, we need steel and of course cement, the another hard to abate sector, to build those structures that will help us in climate resiliency. So we are in a dichotomy. So what do we need to do? And before I come, I want to give another statistics, because if we want to go forward, look forward, it's very important to look backwards. So what has happened and what possibly we can achieve. I am no way stating that we cannot be optimist and we cannot achieve better results going forward. But just to give you a, approximate idea, if you look back in the 10 years, last 10 years, the global emissions from the primary steel making, which is contributing 3/4 of the steel productions, has not really changed. It has it has remained almost at a 2.3 ton of CO2 per each ton of crude steel is made. Now the challenge is that everybody tells by 2030, the emission has to come around 1. So from 2.3, it has to come down to 1. So is it realistic? We have left 8 years left. But this is a global scenario. Now let me give you an Indian scenario, how it is happening in India. If you look back, our 2005 as a base year, which is committed in the NDC, which Government of India has committed, the steel producer was, average emissions was around 3. That means 3 ton of CO2 was being emitted for every ton of crude steel we were producing. And we had a target set to reduce it to 2.4 by 2030. Of course, this target is currently under discussions by Ministry of Steel to change. Most likely they are trying to split this target to reduce 20% by 2030 from a 2020 baseline that you see in the 2020 we were around 2.6, 2.5 plus, that the other side of the graph you see. And by 2037 by 40%, 2047 by 50%, so that we can have a net zero or near zero emissions by 2070. And again, if you look back in the 5 year, the initial 2005 to 2015, there was a drastic emission reductions. And then it has not really significantly changed. What is the reason? Because a lot of the low-hanging fruits in terms of energy efficiency has already been implemented by Indian steel players in the primary steel making processes. So the avenues to further reduce, possibly there is a limited scope. But as I stated, I am no way informing that we can't do better. So that is where possibly Ministry of Steel is considering aggressive targets. But what is the options available? What we need to do? Technological challenge will remain there. Just to give another perspective, that what India is currently the second largest steel producer in the world after China. China is contributing almost 55% of steel production in the world. Next is India. We are around 114, 115 million ton, and we aspire to double the capacity and become 3 million ton in another 8 years. That means 2030. So what is technology available? Technology, the primary route available, is therefore a lot of investment is going to go in making steel in the primary route by 2030. And by 2050, 47, our aspiration to become 500 million ton. So one more aspect I wanted to keep you informed, that in steel sector, it is capital intensive. So that normally when you invest a lot of money, and the capex cycle is longer. So usually it takes 30 to 40 years. That means by 2050, if we have to significantly reduce our emissions, we are only one capex cycle away. And in the same time, we have a lot of challenges to bring in new technology. So that is why possibly it is called hard to abate sector. Now, if you have to do, and as you know, the steel sector is growing in the private sector now. You know, initially when we started independence, India, there was a lot of investment came from India because we wanted infrastructure to grow. And we know Indian economy is going to grow, so therefore steel sector has to grow. But this growth is coming from the private sectors more, that you can notice, and it is going to happen in that way. Now, if that has to happen, what we need to do to meet the pathway, as I stated, the sustainable development scenario pathway, that means to hit a net zero by 2070. Let me clarify one more point here. When we talk about net zero, what does it mean? My emissions minus reduction should be zero. That doesn't mean your emissions will be zero, number one. Number two, when your country has to achieve net zero, that doesn't mean all the sectors has to achieve net zero. Some sector will be negative, some sector will be zero, some sector will still remain positive. Why I wanted to draw this point here, that steel sector, the making of steel happen in such a way, whatever known technology is known, if you do, you can never achieve a zero emission. There will be some residual emissions. Let me give a hypothetical scenario, that all our energy comes from renewable energy. All we get from scrap and melt in the electrical furnace run by renewable energy. So traditionally, that is the least emission route which is possible. But still, you need to use some electrode and flux that will have emissions. So there will be some residual emissions. So that is why in the steel sector, when you see the discussions are happening, how we can achieve near zero emissions. We know no more called net zero or zero emissions. It is a near zero emission. And IA and MPP, there are a lot of international organizations has already given definitions on the sliding scale, that what should be that near zero definition. So we must, in India also, as a steel sector, work towards achieving to that near zero emissions by 2070. Now, if that has to happen, what we need to do? As I stated, it is capex heavy. So therefore, transition, that means what we do now, is very important. Now let me give my theory of what we need to do. Two things we have to need to do. One, we have to create a demand for greener product. I'm really, excited to see that GreenPro, GreenCo, how they are promoting the green products in the market. There's a wonderful things happening. But now that has to happen in the hard to abate sector. Now, if you don't create a demand for the green product or green steel, there is no point making it. Because we all know Making greener steel will require more investment and it is going to be cost more. And somebody has to pay the cost, otherwise why somebody will put money in that? Although we want to contribute to the GDP growth, we want to contribute to the employment, we want to contribute to the economic growth, to the infrastructure growth, but still everything has a cost. So somebody has to pay the cost. Now, before we do that, therefore it is very important to define what green steel is. Because we keep on hearing nowadays green product, green steel, green cement, green. So it is becoming greenwashing. So we need a credible definitions of green steel, and that is where the transition come into place. That possibly in the first 10 years what we are going to do will be different in the next 10 years, and different in the next 10 years, and different in 2040, different in 2050. So that has to be different. So that is where we need to focus to define what green steel is, create a mechanism that will ensure that there is a demand for green steel. Maybe, for example, we have, how we increase the demand for the renewable energy. Government started putting, renewable purchase obligations, that a certain percent of your energy consumption has to come from renewable energy. And that is how the mechanism works. So therefore, it is essential to now define certain percent of renewable steel, green steel purchase obligations for the infrastructure projects. There are many ways, but this can be a starting point after defining green steel. So once you create a demand, and once you define it a credible way, I believe the supply will happen. Of course, that needed handholding research and development. So both push and pull has to work together to make it happen. And that is how possibly we can achieve the scenario what we are aspiring to, otherwise it will be really going to be difficult. If you look at the entire world right now, we have less than 1 million ton capacity of near zero emission steel production facility as on today. And expected that globally the demand is going to be around 100 million ton by 2030. The question is that, is India is going to join the bandwagon or we are going to be delayed? So demand is possibly coming from the international market, specifically for the European market. Now can we cascade down to our market and leave it to the market force to decide the transition? Otherwise you will be left with a lot of stranded assets. Now let me give some idea that how internationally people are moving in defining near zero emissions and low emission steel. See, when I tell low emissions, that is lower than the current emissions. And that also need to be defined, and possibly that will help in the transition. With the ultimate objective, what you see in the green band, that will be the residual emissions left by 2060, 70, whatever we decide to. We have decided 2070. So in the 2070, if somebody produces steel completely in the primary route, possibly there will be a 400 kg of emissions per ton of steel that we have to accept, and 50 kg if we are completely using 100% scale. But what do you see the other scale? That A, B, C, D, E, that is the transition we need to target, and that we need to define. And this I have taken from the IEA's recommendations, and they have defined how the green steel will be a percentage coming out of a factory will be defined as a green steel. This is a complete, looks very complicated, but it is pretty simple. So what I wanted to say, the message is that we need to think as a country to define so that we can create a demand, and then the market can create the supply, and the regulator can control the demand and supply. If you get more supply, then you strict your band, then you reduce your band. If you have less demand, then you increase your band. But at the same time, give some purchase obligations for the infrastructures, for the consumer durables, for all sectors where steel is used. So that is how the market force can play a role in decarbonizing the steel sector. With that, let me now give an example that how JSW is telling. In fact, as Bini stated, I am from JSW, so my responsibility is also to see that the largest steel player in India also following a decarbonization pathway. Now what we have identified, we know what we can achieve definitely by 2030, because that is visible. We know for sure. And then what we should aspire to achieve by 2050. And we have decided, even long before Government of India committed to a net zero target by 2070, we have declared that we will follow the SDS pathway. That means we have worked out net zero by 2050 is not possible, a possibility for the steel sector. But then 2030, where we have committed 42% reductions of our emissions from 2005 baseline, what we are going to do? So there are prominently three things are the key levers that we will be playing. And it is anybody's guess. First thing is that energy transition. It is cost effective now. Transit to renewable energy makes sense. There is no point burning thermal coal when you can have renewable energy in cheaper cost. But the question here is that whether can I get a round the clock supply to my steel industry, because steel industry, like any metal industry, requires 24 hours of power. So that is something we are working. But I am pretty hopeful that we will be working. Our objective by 2030, we will not use a single ton of thermal coal for production of steel. That's the first lever. And it makes economic sense. Second lever, can I use all the efficiency improvement, specifically energy efficiency improvement? We have addressed the bigger energy efficiency issues by implementing best available technology, whether you call coke dry quenching or TRT, any high quality waste heat and pressure that we are using anyway. Can we use low quality heat and energy more and more? That is energy efficiency to the maximum. The third thing is that, can I improve my production efficiency? That means get more out of less. And that is where we are trying to reduce the input of carbon to the blast furnaces by replacing it by low carbon fuels, or by beneficiating my iron ore to increase the quality. And that is where we have committed already, we will be spending more than 10,000 crore in decarbonizations by 2030. Hopefully, green hydrogen will become commercially feasible after 2030, so we are working on that. So we hopefully will do some experimentations and we'll work on that. We are already using hydrogen, so you know how hydrogen works. So we will be working closely with green hydrogen further going forward. Again, we are working on carbon capture and utilization. We have a 100 TPD plant operating, but we will be working whether we can further scale it up and take benefits beyond 2030. So that is how we are looking at. And obviously scrap is going to play a major role. Unfortunately, in India, we have a challenge of the scrap. In India, if you look at around 24-25 million ton of scrap we are using, around 6-7 million ton we are importing. And this import availability will go on reducing. The good thing is that Government of India has already announced a scrapping policy, so you are hoping that we will get more and more scrap as the economy moves. Therefore, the access to the scrap will increase, and that will be an important lever going forward. This is how we are going to do. And hopefully, that will make us remain in the sustainable development scenario path. So in a summary, what I like to say, because going back to the topic what was assigned me to speak on, the pathway to follow, I believe sustainable development scenario pathway is a pragmatic pathway, yet it is not an easy target for the Indian steel sector to follow. Thank you for your patience hearing, and I'll be happy to take any questions if there is provision. Thank you. If you have, I think I have stick to my time, so thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. I would now like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Madhur Maheshwari. He's an associate partner at McKinsey & Company. May you please join us on the dais. Mr. Madhur is working in McKinsey and is based out of Mumbai office. He joined McKinsey in 2016 and has extensive experience in the banking sectors across functions like credit, risk, collections, etc. He's an active leader of the risk and resilience practice and is driving sustainable finance agenda in India. He has been instrumental in driving risk transformation programs across different private and public sector banks, and he is currently helping multiple financial institutions in defining climate finance strategy across risk and value creations. So over to you for your thoughts on financing the net zero transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Vinny, for the warm introduction. I think, first of all, it's a great privilege to speak on this topic, which personally I'm very passionate about. But I think it's also one of the most important topics in any of the global economic or social conversation, right? After all the discussions which are happening on, net zero, we had Paris Agreement, etc. I think there are certain implications as well, right? In terms of financing is one part, but its implications in terms of, inflation, and Mr. Acharya mentioned in his presentation, right? There are things, somebody will have to bear the cost of it. So when we look at net zero, it's not only the sectors which need to define their pathways, but it's also a holistic strategy to bear the financing cost, to bear the implications of it, and how do we kind of create a balanced situation. So I'll just, in my presentation today, I'll focus more on financing. But before we go there, I want to just do a quick context setting in terms of where we are when it comes to our journey to net zero. In the previous presentation, it has been covered in great depth, but I just want to highlight the fact that if we don't do anything, right, we will be on a pathway which will lead to a 5-degree increase over the defined levels of acceptance, and even with an aggressive projections, we will be somewhere between 3 to 3.5 degree. If we have to actually control the net zero, control the global warming to 1.5 degree target, we need to do much more. And it's not that the climate change is going to happen in the next 30 to 40 years. I personally believe the climate change has already happened now. There are a lot of climate-related catastrophic events which are happening. We have recent example from Pakistan where the kind of floods had recently covered 30 to 40% of the country. And particularly in Indian context, while our per capita emission is really, really low, it's around 2.1 ton carbon dioxide per person, but at a cumulative level, we are still the third largest contributor. And we are also the seventh, we rank 7th in terms of the countries which are affected by climate change. So particularly in Indian context, the climate change is more crucial because not only it affects us, but also our ability to contribute is also significantly higher. The government has already taken a very proactive step in kind of giving a net zero target for the entire country by 2070. There are multiple levers which has already been defined in terms of how our energy mix has to change, in terms of what is our reduction in emission intensity by 2030 is going to be. There are multiple policies which are launched in terms of PLI, green hydrogen mission, FAME, etc. And we are slowly progressing towards the net zero target that we have kind of set up for ourselves. However, there is in Indian context, there's a catch because, right, if you consider other developed countries like Europe and US, there lot of development has already happened, right? They have already contributed much towards, emissions in the past, etc. Their development is going at a slow rate. But for India, a lot of development still has to happen. And even if you look at next 30 years, there's power, according to at least our assumptions, power consumption is going to increase by 7 to 8 times. Steel demand is going to increase by 7 to 8 times. Cement, automotive, and agriculture will see at least 2 to 3x growth. And then by 2070, it will be even like 1.5 to 2x higher than this. So a lot of development still has to happen, right? And in that context, in the context of our contribution to global GHG emissions, in context to how much development has to happen, as a country, probably we need to do more. I would say there's a need as well as there's an ability for India to contribute much more to the decarbonization pathway in a global context, right? So Mr. Acharya mentioned that there is a defined carbon budget that we have till 2050, 2070, which is globally, which is around 580 gigaton. with a base scenario where we are targeting a 2070 net zero, we will be able to contribute to around 207 gigaton reduction. But there's any additional opportunity for us to contribute around 80 gigaton more by doing accelerated transition to 2050. And obviously, it will not be an easy transition. It will require a lot of collaboration from government, from industry, from academia to come together to define a policy and a framework which kind of supports decarbonization while ensuring the negative implications gets limited in terms of the financing requirement, in terms of the impact on pricing for end consumers, and so on and so forth. In terms of what will it take to finance the transition, at least our estimate is it will require a capital expenditure of around 15 to 16 trillion by 2050. Large portion of it will be in low emission assets, around 12 trillion or so out of it, while the 3 to 4 trillion will continue to happen on high emission assets as we kind of transition. But if you have to transition by 2050 instead of 2070, there is an additional requirement of around 5 trillion incremental capex which we need to kind of front load. So that is a big implication for our country as we look towards decarbonization. And the other important, I think, insight when we kind of did the modeling, we kind of did conversations with the industry. It's not just that it will require this much of capital investment. A lot of decarbonization which we do now in the later decades will lead to some operational cost savings, right? For example, once the EV penetration increases, it will kind of replace all the petrol and diesel vehicles, and EV as a segment has a lower operational cost, right? Similarly, in agriculture also, if we institutionalize sustainable agriculture practices, it will lead to further operational savings. So we believe out of the incremental 5 trillion that we need to kind of invest, around 40 to 50% of that we will be able to recover by 2050 through operational savings. And eventually, since the investment requirement will go down, but the operational savings will continue to increase by next, by 2070 or 2080, the entire investment will get neutralized because of the operational savings that we are bringing in the economy. So it's not just the cost, but also benefits of transitions which are there and which we need to keep in mind when we look at the entire decarbonization pathway. Now, coming to the financing, right now the entire financing towards decarbonization covers only 20 to 25% of the annual demand. Our annual demand for green financing is around $150 to $200 billion, but the market is only $40 to $50 billion, and there are multiple challenges to it, right? The first challenge is there is a limited banking participation in this space, right? Banks are kind of started to take an active role in this, but so far the contribution of commercial banks has been very, very limited, and there are multiple reasons to it, right? It's a new area for banks also to operate. They don't have that much of expertise in terms of evaluating newer green technologies. B, there is very limited incentives as of now for banks to operate because the regulators still have to come out with a policy on green financing and so on and so forth. So that is one kind of big hindrance which is there. Second, even the use cases which are positive NPV, there are other non-financial risks which are associated with it, right? For example, and I'm not an expert on power, but at least I know that there are challenges in terms of payment to IPPs. There are challenges in terms of land acquisition, etc. So some of the use cases which are NPV positive are still difficult to finance because of the non-financial risk. The third is all the green projects have a very long horizon, and whether you take banks or private equity players, etc., they all have a very short investment horizon because most of their deposits are short term, most of their other borrowings are short term, so their ability to kind of gather funds in short term and lend long term is very, very limited. So there is an investor expectation mismatch. And lastly, particularly in Indian context, while there is increasing awareness, but still there is limited consumer focus, right? As in the previous presentation, we also discussed that there is a need to create a demand for green steel. Similarly, there is a need to create a demand for greener products, right? It is not coming naturally in India as of now, as it has kind of picked up in other countries. So there are these challenges, but as a country, given the situation we are in, we need to figure out mechanisms to activate or kind of accelerate green financing to make sure that the transition happens and we are actually able to become net zero by 2050 or even by 2070. And we believe there are two set of initiatives or two type of initiatives that we need to take as a country. One is more on the demand side, right? How do you accelerate the ease of financing across use cases? And secondly is how is you debottleneck capital flow towards decarbonization? So one initiative could be, because, and there is a lot of discussion which is happening on this as well as the carbon exchange market, right? In Gujarat, government is already trying to launch a VCM. There are talks to, launch a carbon exchange market. There are, regulations or laws being modified to kind of, allow us to open a carbon exchange market. And this is something which has really worked well in other countries. We have examples of EU ETS where, there are 30 to 40% of, carbon emission reduction, which was kind of powered by a compliance carbon market. So that could be one initiative which can help the, the government in accelerating the transition, as well as provide opportunities for, for the corporates which are investing more in green finance to kind of get some returns out of their investment. So that is one. Second is there is need to be a very targeted use case specific policy interventions to address the non-financial risk, right? So how do you streamline the payment process for IPPs? How do you streamline the land acquisition related challenges and so on and so forth? So that is how do you, that is more on the demand side. Similarly, on the supply side, there is an active role which needs to be taken by the different regulatory bodies in India to shape the financing regulations. And they have started in this space. You must have heard that RBI has launched a discussion paper which kind of gives a broad framework for banks to look at climate risk and climate opportunities. There was a recent proposal put by Indian Banking Association to allow priority sector limit consideration to sustainable financing. So there's a lot of things that we need to do from a regulation standpoint to activate this space. Secondly, we don't have an institution which can orchestrate capital towards green projects. We on some of the other parallel verticals, for example, in housing finance you have NABARD, in MSME we have Mudra. So these are all government-backed institutions which act as a financing institution, which orchestrate capital, government capital to hard to obey, to difficult to finance use cases. So a similar institution in India towards green financing will significantly help, particularly in the use cases which are not, positive in terms of NPP. And lastly, how do you kind of set up a, a green venturing community to accelerate VC and PE participation in the newer technologies, etc. So what kind of policies you need to make? How do you give maybe a better, preferential treatment to some of these investments and so on and so forth. So these, at least to us, we felt that these are like 6, 7 big things that we can collectively as, as a country could look at to accelerate financing. This was all I had on this one. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Thank you. I would now like to invite our last speaker for this session, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Das, who's Chairman and Managing Director, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency Limited, to kindly join us on the dais, please. Thank you, sir. Mr. Das is the member of the Institute of Cost Accounts of India and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He also holds PGDMB from Xavier Institute of Management. Prior to joining IREDA, he was Director of Finance in India Tourism Development Corporation Limited. Mr. Das has also worked with Rural Electrification Corporation Limited, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, Nuclear Power Corporation Limited, and BHPV. He is a distinguished member of high-level committees constituted by Government of India bodies and industry associations for various strategic decisions. He is also the Vice Chairman of Standing Conference of Public Enterprises. So thank you so much for joining the session today, and we look forward to your views on energy transition and its impact on net zero targets.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I'm not having a presentation, so you look at me only, not there. Post lunch, it's very difficult to hold the audience on. She told me, I asked, and she told 15 minutes, so I thought I will talk about transition of net zero and then Government of India's action plan as well as the role IREDA is playing. But already 5 minutes, the previous speakers has spoken about that net zero. So they have saved my 5 minutes. I can talk more about Government of India and IREDA. Before that, I would like to request you to let me know how many of you know IREDA, IREDA, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. Please take the pain of raising hand. Hardly 5%. I'm very happy. If since 95% do not know, so whatever I'll say, that will be okay with me. But certainly I will not do that. See, some of the speakers said that energy transition or decarbonization or so-called green energy, these are passion. I'll slightly add to it. Maybe a passion earlier, but it is a compulsion now. Had it not been Paris Convention, COP26, in all the programs, and if you see most of the international events, whenever our Honorable Prime Minister is visiting, he is essentially talking about renewable energy and energy transition. Those who are living in Delhi, prior to COVID, post Diwali, 2 to 3 months, for the life in Delhi, they will realize why this transition is essential rather than a passion. And by 2030, 500 gigawatt target or 50% energy from non-fossil sources, or net zero by 2070. This is the mandate for us. Why I'm using the word mandate? Because I'm working in the government organization. This is commitment of Government of India, so it is a mandate for us. If you see last 5 to 6 years, the CAGR for renewable energy capacity addition in the country is 15.6%. Those who knows about IREDA, some 5% who raise hands, how many of you know that IREDA has contributed or financed with a CAGR of 22%? That means we are ahead of average what is in the country. My previous speakers spoke about not having a dedicated financial institution. I partially agree with him. IREDA has been doing this since 35 years. And it was silently doing this. That is the reason 95% people do not know. The name is Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency Limited. Most of the times people mingle with IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Agency. Since 35 years, single-handedly, Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency was financing the RE sector, as well as working as a nodal agency for policy formulation for Government of India. But if you see why I agreed partially also, the kind of banking requirement today the pace in which the transition is happening, probably no institution is having. Today, when he referred about NABARD and others, certainly agricultural revolution started way back, so NABARD is in place. And the revolution of RE development started with the new government coming in power since 14 onwards. So therefore, if you minus this 7-8 years out of 35 years, so 26, 27 years, look at what is very minuscule capacity addition of renewable energy in the country was there. Today we have gone quite far. And IREDA's contribution in that is 20%. That means every 5th megawatt is contributed by IREDA in the country. But the kind of capital investment required, see, we have a plan up to 2030, as our previous speaker has already given a presentation for net zero, what is the kind of investment required. So whatever figure he has given, we'll accept for a while that. Sorry. But we have a 5-year plan in place in IREDA, and Government of India, we have also committed our target up to 2027. We are planning to have a loan book size of 1.6 lakh crore. Today our loan book size is 34,000 crore. With 34,000, we are contributing 20% of the capacity. With 1.6 lakh, we will be contributing, we are targeting to contribute 40% of the capacity addition in the country. Because as we all know, normal conventional bankers, they do not have the expertise. And if you allow me, then I'll divide the RE into 2 parts. One is traditional RE, one is emerging RE. When I talk traditional RE, it is wind, solar, hydro, and waste to energy, bioenergy, which is already there in place and which we are doing since last 20-25 years and last 8 years also. The wind and solar, in fact, in solar we are leading the world. India is the only, International Solar Alliance is the only agency, international level of agency, which is headquartered in India. All other global agencies located in Geneva or some other places. And today, we are, I think, 4th in solar and 5th in wind, as far as capacity addition is concerned. And the kind of speed in which the renewable energy to grow so that this 500 gigawatt or 50% from non-fossil sources by 2030 can be achieved, for which we have envisaged 70 lakh crores of investment in the country, which include debt and equity both. Today, Government of India allows FDI 100% in renewable. If you see, historically, when the economy, post-independence, the economy started, most of the sectors pushed by Government of India. And then, once the sector is matured, then private players came in. But whereas renewable is slightly different. Most of the investment is happening from private sectors. Some 20 and odd business house, they're having 70 to 80% of the market share with them as far as renewable addition in the country is concerned. Unlike conventional energy in a thermal project and others, the construction period is quite longer, vis-a-vis renewable, in which the construction period is pretty small, starting from 6 months to 1.5 years, except hydro. And hydro also, things are becoming much more clearer day by day, and there is a huge reduction in asymmetry in information as far as banking those traditional RE is concerned. I don't think any bank is today hesitant to lend for wind, solar, and traditional RE space, that is wind, solar, and hydro. But whereas coming to e-mobility, storage, green hydrogen, battery, etc., no bank is coming forward. I'll give you one practical example, what happened with us. Some of you might have traveled from outside and landed today in Delhi, must have seen the car standing there, blue smart cars, That's promoted by, won by Gensol Engineering. It's a startup company and very youngster IITians, 2-3 IITians, they have made it. And Gensol is into renewable solar and all earlier, and probably it's a listed organization. Whereas in e-mobility space, they came first time. And they were running 300 cars. They came to us in the month of September, October. For 3 months, they're working with our team. And we came to know that before coming to us, they have almost ran pillar to post many banks and NBFC. And nobody is coming forward to lend them because it's not bankable, as per the conventional appraisal mechanism. So was also our team's opinion. Then we had a lot of brainstorming, because in the emerging space, if organization like IREDA will not come out with a out-of-box approach, then who else will do? Finally, we design and structure the deal in such a manner, it is quite bankable now. And the immediate fear of our team was, sir, after they take the loan from us, maybe within 6 months to 1 year, they will leave us and they will go to somewhere else. What's wrong? If that thought will carry, then IIT will not be in India. IIT creates a lot of good, talented technocrats, and they leave the country, go out and do. Similarly, if IREDA is here, it's a government body. Today it is a wholly owned government organization. Government's mandate to develop renewable energy. So we need to come forward and develop, and if tomorrow it is going to somewhere else, let us be happy with that. And unlike conventional power, in renewable power, construction period is very small. And since the developers are mostly equities coming from abroad, coming from largely good governed companies, so they want transparency, speed, and commitment. They're prepared to pay even 50, 100 bips more rate if they're clear on these 2-3 fronts. Whereas in emerging, that is not the case. You carry the entire construction risk. But if you want to develop, you have to take the risk. A normal traditional banking, particularly if I'm allowed to talk about government banks, they have their well laid down delegation of powers, process, policy, procedures. At times, those becomes little deterrent in the desired speed what is expected in this RE financing. So that's the reason banks are little bit least preferred, I should say, by those developers. And Government of India has taken series of initiatives in last, because I'm in this sector, I'm in this organization since 2 years, 3 months, 3 years, 4 months. And my experience of handling the RE policy, RE governance, and close consultation with the stakeholders, the way Honorable Minister MNRE does or Secretary MNRE does, I have not come across in my entire government job of since 94. I'm in government, I was earlier to private sector also. See, as I was telling initially that when post-independence the economy, whatever the emerging sectors, government was pushing it. Here, government is formulating the policy, enabling you that mechanism. The push is coming, that capital push is coming from the private sectors. But the debt component, yes, we have 3 agencies in government, that is IREDA, Power Finance Corporation, and REC, Rural Electrification Corporation. REC and PFC essentially used to do conventional power financing, but since last 4 to 5 years, they are also shifting to this. The reason is, future is this. I'm not saying that thermal is going to be closed. For your balancing, it is required. And we cannot have RE installation just like that so that you meet your complete requirement. The data and statistics is very much available. I'm not talking any data on that. The way a ministry or government interacts, every month we have a stakeholders meet with the Honorable Secretary. And every 2 to 3 months, Honorable Minister himself takes the meeting. And in IREDA, we do every 3 months quarterly meet with our borrowers. Probably we are the only NBFC who is having this practice. We publish our result, submit to stock exchange. We are a debt listed company. We are going to be listed very soon also. We are planning our IPO maybe around February. And placing the result to SEBI and then immediately calling the borrowers meet and discussing with them what exactly you need. In last 2 years, 4 months, we have done 11 meets and we have modified our interest rate directly or indirectly 12 to 13 times. And I can confirm here, no bank or NBFC is doing that way. See, the bankers have to change their mindset also. You have to eliminate the asymmetry of information. The borrower also has to be very transparent. Those are gone days, you take the money, then bank will be after you. Or those are gone days, you have to be after the bank to get the money. Both are very competitive. And because of the communication, faster communication, courtesy, WhatsApp, email, whatever is there, anything happening anywhere, in fraction of seconds we are knowing the thing. So be it lending. So those are gone days when the lender after lending will sleep idle and the borrower can do whatever the way they want to do. Certainly in the RE space it is not happening. As I said, the developers are most good governed companies. They have the compliance and governance norms. And so also is our banking system in India. RBI was doing earlier annual review, then they came to a mid-year review, then they came quarterly, now they are asking monthly reports on your each and every account and particularly on stress accounts. And not only that, when you want to reflect your profitability, you need to see what is the quality of your assets. Earlier, there used to be RBI mechanism of making provision in your accounts to ascertain your profit and loss. But today it is not that. We are subject to India's compliance, which is aligning with the global accounting reporting standards, in which you have to make expected credit loss provision, which is the main driver for reflecting your profitability. More qualitative your account is, less provision you have to do. So from the day one, from your sanction to documentation to disbursement to the final recovery, the lender have to be having a very close watch on this. I used to tell that you put a geotag so that at any point of time you can see where your fund is utilized. It is not that you simply get a chartered accountant certificate, fund utilized after a certain time period. And when I said CAGR, RE growth CAGR in the country was 15.6 and IREDA's CAGR is 22%, then I'll certainly that we have done some extraordinary growth in last 4-5 years. Out of that 2 years data, if I say, that is available in public domain, but this narrative will not be there probably. Last 2 years, people say that that's the worst year ever in the history of global business. But the last 2 years, we have done the best business in the history of IREDA. Our business has grown up in 21-22 by 117% over 2021. I'm talking of sanction. And disbursement is 83% up over previous year. So only this, why I'm touching this point, we understand what is the sense of sincerity in reaching, achieving that 500 gigawatt target, what kind of speed is required from us. And if we can do best in worst time, then we can do better than best in better time. And certainly we can do best of the best in best time. And how we have achieved. If you see our financials, that will give you an information that banking in renewable is not that difficult. At the same time, it is not that easy also. Why it is not that easy? The bankers are still afraid. Why it is easy? Because we have doubled our business in the worst time. We had series of stakeholders consultation. We took the input from them. We went on reducing a lot of process which was not required with us. So you can say that business process re-engineering, then policy revisiting, and understanding each other's problem. In like any other project, in the RE project, my previous speaker has already spoken, land acquisition and PPA, those are issues. Like in any project, that will be the issue. But those can be addressed also. And power being concurrent subject, center can formulate policy, but ultimate execution depends on the state when it is a state sector projects or distribution companies when recovery from the distribution companies. And we all know the distribution companies' liquidity, financial liquidity position is quite bad. And Government of India has taken a series of initiatives, and recently that LPC charges, financing towards LPC charges decided by MOP through REC and PFC, those are done. That is just to meet the liquidity problem what the DISCOMs are facing. And the DISCOMs problems are not temporary, it is perpetual since years. Those need to be addressed, and for which not only the distribution companies, but the ultimate consumers, who is the last leg in the beneficiary in the value chain of power, they have to be with the system. This power sector DISCOMs problem, more of socio-economic and cultural, political. If you take any election year, there will be no tariff revision. If there is no tariff revision, the cost what is incurred by the generators, how they are going to recover and from where they will recover. Either they will be settled through subsidy, then that subsidy where from it will come. And when the power sector reform started post liberalization of 90, if you see, the intent and spirit was not there. Only bundling of electricity boards into different corporates, so that remained in book. Very few states, they took spiritually, look at state of Gujarat and many other, some other, not many other, some other, they have taken up. And their financial health of those DISCOMs is quite good. And they are in a position to take any kind of challenges in partnering in this energy transition. And why we are talking, when we talk about energy transition, that means you need to meet your energy demand. But in due course, gradually, you have to reduce the dependency on conventional energy and increase the opportunity of renewable energy. That way the new energy transition can happen and the net zero can happen. And achieving the target of this 500 gigawatt or net zero, finance will become a very crucial and critical issue. And as I said, I personally agree with Mr. Madhur that banking is a concern, because IREDA, if you see, the net worth is 5,500 crore roughly, and the loan book size of 34. We have planned for, last year we have planned for 5-time growth in 5 years in order to ensure that 40% contribution we are doing towards capacity addition through our financing. We have already achieved in 1 year more than 1% growth, but achieving always doubling the growth is really a difficult task, and much more organization like IREDA may be required. And PFC and REC has already amended their object clause. We also have amended from simple renewable to entire energy transition, whatever value chain, that also we have captured. And for ensuring that the speed is maintained, organization like IREDA, we have handholded global level consultant like BCG with us. And we are also going to handhold some technological partners, maybe IIT or some other agency, Why I'm saying that, 20 years back or 15 years back, which were emerging, in those space when IREDA has landed, IREDA ended up in NPS. So learning from there, we want to ensure what is emerging now, that it should not become NP after 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. Because future nobody knows. And technology, this is very fast changing technology in renewable energy. So we need to augment our human capital and knowledge base. At the same time, we have to foresee well, and for which simply as a banker we cannot do. We need to handle some management consultant as well as technological partners in order to address all those things. And from my side, this much. And any question on my talk, I can respond right now, or you can email me. My email ID will be available with them. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have told them now only 5% knows about IREDA, so anything I'll tell they will accept. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address and for your sheer presence, sir. I am also happy to inform that this session is being live streamed on YouTube and other social media platforms, and we have about 300 people who are attending this program. So we will now take a short break, and would request you to kindly join us for the exposition and the exhibition that is outside. Please utilize this time in interacting with all the exhibitors, followed by a tea break which is arranged at Silver Oak Hall. I would request all of you to please carry your bags along with your badges. So I would request all of you to kindly carry your bags and your badges. The entry during the award function will be done as per your badges. And also I would request you to kindly reassemble by 3:45 in this hall, and kindly sit as per your allocated seat. So thank you so much, and I look forward to having all of you here by 3:45 for the National Award session. Thank you.
Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
all station as well as the operation control center of Kochi Metro have achieved platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With the vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment, with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings, 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro. GreenPro is an internationally recognized eco-label based on a holistic life cycle analysis. GreenPro is accredited by Global Eco-Labeling Network or GEN and is also in line with UN Environment Guidelines. Today, over 700 building products under 20 categories in India have adopted GreenPro certification. The Renewable Energy Council's vision is to enable India emerge as a global RE leader by 2022. This council facilitates wider adoption of renewable energy in industrial and commercial entities through policy formulation and finance facilitation for clean energy entrepreneurs. Green Power is one of India's largest conferences and expositions in RE, providing an effective platform for policy advocacy, thought leadership and knowledge exchange. The CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre will continue to contribute to sustainable development of the country. This success belongs to all stakeholders who are proudly associated with the centre, and the journey continues. Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre in Hyderabad, a centre of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sohrabji Godrej Green Business Centre stands tall as one of the India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the centre has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This centre has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old Today, going green is no longer a choice, but an imperative for a healthy bottom line and sustainable tomorrow. Addressing this need, CII has established the CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center in Hyderabad, a center of excellence on green businesses in the year 2004. CII Sorabji Godrej Green Business Center stands tall as one of India's premier developmental institutes offering world-class services on energy efficiency, green buildings, green companies, green product and renewable energy. Thanks to the support and involvement of all the stakeholders, the center has completed 15 meaningful and inspiring years. This center has bright and young people working on energy efficiency activities, which is equipping Indian industry gain the competitive advantage. The team has conducted over 1,800 detailed energy efficiency studies in more than 15 countries around the world, including Australia, Japan and South Korea. Partnerships with various national and international organizations have enabled in developing policy recommendations, benchmarking, innovation, facilitation of finance and capacity building. Energy efficiency team also works with MSMEs in promoting clean technologies, facilitating market access and new growth opportunities. Green buildings have been an integral part of India's 5,000-year-old rich heritage. With a vision to enable sustainable built environment for all, the CII's India Green Building Council has imbibed our country's ancient ethos, the Panchabhutas, and combined it with modern technology and innovation. IGBC has emerged as one of the world's premier body for certification of green buildings and green built environment with 25 IGBC green building ratings, over 5,400 projects equivalent to 7 billion square feet being developed as per various IGBC green ratings. 1,800 member organizations spread across 26 local chapters, 3,900 qualified IGBC accredited professionals or AP. IGBC rated projects have been incentivized by MOEF and many state governments. IGBC represents the country in the World GBC Forum as one of its founding members. IGBC rated green projects include government projects, individual and multi-residential homes, commercial buildings, heritage structures, schools, villages, places of worship, transit facilities and many more.
All station as well as the Operation Control Center of Kochi Metro have achieved Platinum rating, which is the highest certification level given by the Indian Green Building Council.
All I want to say is that I'm delighted to be part of this whole effort, and that if my ministry can contribute to your efforts, we'd be delighted to do so.
Government of Telangana is willing to cooperate fully with Government of India in ensuring that our cities are made more smarter, more safer and more greener.
Projects from Jammu to Andaman and Surat to Shillong have adopted IGBC's green guidelines and achieved tremendous tangible and intangible benefits. This has touched the lives of people from all sections of society. GreenCo rating is a first of its kind in the world, a holistic framework that evaluates companies on its environmental performance. GreenCo Council has been promoting world-class excellence in environmental sustainability through GreenCo rating system.
GreenCo rating system, which rates the companies in their environmental friendliness and suggests the way forward. It is also interesting to note the companies are taking steps for environmental friendliness in their various activities. My greetings to all of you for making this noble cause of green profile.
From the first few companies in 2012, today over 550 companies in India have been demonstrating that green makes good business sense through GreenCo rating.
We should have over 1,000 companies rated through this GreenCo measurement system.
The Indian government has acknowledged the GreenCo rating in its INDC document submitted to the UNFCCC. As of August 2019, over 260 companies have been GreenCo rated, with companies achieving an annual recurring savings of 12.57 billion rupees per annum.
GreenCo stands for green companies, but someday it should stand for green community, and maybe GreenCo should stand for green country as well.
CII has launched a green product certification program known as GreenPro.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for today's awards function. Our chief guest is on the way, and as soon as he reaches, we'll start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all the delegates to be kindly seated, please. Thank you. We would like to start the award distribution function. May I request the dignitaries to kindly come to the stage, please. Mr. Ravichandran Purushottaman, Chairman of Energy Efficiency Council, CII. Mr. R.K. Rai, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. And our Chief Guest, His Excellency Mr. Freddie Swan, the Danish Ambassador to India, Royal Danish Embassy, to kindly come to the stage, please. May I request all the delegates to join me in welcoming the dignitaries to the stage. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Ravichandran Purushottaman, Chairman of Energy Efficiency Council and President Danfoss Industries Private Limited, for his welcome remarks and the summary of findings of the National Award for Excellence in Energy Management. Mr. Ravi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatagiri. Good evening, everybody. It really feels good to be back here again to this award ceremony. I'm sure this auditorium is filled with a lot of enthusiasm because we are driving change both for India as well as for the rest of the world, both in terms of energy efficiency and I think in terms of fighting climate change. On behalf of CII, I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency from the Royal Danish Embassy, Mr. Freddie Swan, the Danish Ambassador to India, and my good friend Soren from the Danish Embassy. He does all the back-end work to make sure Ambassador is here. So thank you, Soren, for all your support. It's also our honor and privilege to have him here on this platform because there's a lot of lessons that at least personally I learned on the 1972 oil crisis, how Denmark managed it, and how Denmark today is not really impacted by the crisis that is there in the gas situation in Europe, actually. So there's a lot of lessons for us from the country of Denmark. It's a little country, but fascinating, actually. We are also elated and grateful to you, sir, for taking time and joining us in this very important event where we spend time on energy efficiency. I'm extremely pleased to also welcome Mr. R.K. Rai, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India, to this award function, and hear from him on the opportunities that will help to find solutions to the long-standing barriers in the field of energy efficiency. It is my pleasure to present to you the summary of the findings of the CII National Award for Excellence in Energy Management 2022. Firstly, CII National Award for Energy Excellence was instituted in 1999. It's more or less the same year where Bureau of Energy Efficiency was started, with core objectives of recognizing and awarding excellence in energy management in the industries. Also to raise the performance standards by instilling a sense of competition, best practice sharing, and as well as benchmarking. And I think we have done this quite credibly for the last 20-25 years. Also, a sense of competition will also motivate all the members who are part of this whole ecosystem to really achieve world-class excellence in energy efficiency. I'm happy to see that the industry has responded very enthusiastically all these years, and today we stand tall as CII in terms of both driving energy efficiency and fighting climate change. I cannot think of any other organization in India which does a fantastic work, and I think we must applaud all my colleagues from the GBC very ably led by Venkatagiri and Kiran, and of course it had a very illustrious leader in Raghupati, and also all the judges who are seated upstairs. I think you've been really driving this whole movement, and I think a very big applause to all of you as well. Yeah? Judges play a very crucial role because they are the eyes and the ears and the heartbeat of the award process, and they really make a big impact on what each of us do in our daily work as well. So thank you very much to all the judges. This year, 457 companies represented from various sectors. 314 of them were actually submitting the full desired inputs, what we call as the requisite submittals. We've also seen that there's an increasing focus in companies on energy excellence and energy management. For the benefit of all of you, I think I would like to briefly touch upon the methodology which was formed to identify and shortlist the companies. The questionnaires were sent by the participants from different industries who have a maximum demand load of 100 kVA and above. The judges shortlisted 187 companies from 15 varied sectors from about 314 questionnaires. It's encouraging to note that the participation has come from all 4 regions of India, a good representation from all sectors of India. This is definitely a positive indicator, as it shows that all major sectors have embraced energy efficiency and are very seriously committed to bringing change in every day and every work we do across our enterprises. I must remark that the many participating companies have also performed admirably well. I take this message to wherever I go. I think our cement plants are the best benchmark cement plants in the world, actually. And a lot of work that we do here, actually, even in CII GBC, we are very proud. Giri and his team's work is recognized by countries like Japan, and we are really truly global as far as energy efficiency, knowledge, and capabilities are concerned, actually. So I think this is something which I think the Bureau of Energy Efficiency should actually look at, positioning India as a skilling center for the rest of the world on energy efficiency. And I think we have been doing a lot of work together with BE as well on that. This year, the emphasis on both global and national has been identified very focused across the multiple sectors around renewable energy, how we convert waste into wealth, teamwork, monitoring of the systems using technology, innovation in project implementation, and also subsequently sustaining the reduction over a 3-year period as well. I think the companies have been ranked on weightage assigned to each of these criteria. Out of the 187 companies that were shortlisted, they made presentations to the judges between the 23rd and the 25th of August, which was done virtually. 71 companies have been chosen as excellent energy efficient units. 108 companies were awarded energy efficiency unit, will be awarded. 26 companies have been recognized as the national energy leaders in India. They have actually companies which have won the excellent energy efficiency unit award. And in terms of motivating the participants with presentation skills, the panel of judges have shortlisted most useful presentations sector-wise, and there are 8 presentations that have been shortlisted. We've also an award for innovative project. There are 5 awards for this category. And for getting a lot more youth getting excited about energy efficiency, the Young and Emerging Leader and High Impact Program for Energy Efficiency has been instituted, and this is the first time we are instituting this award, and we have 3 professionals selected for the Young and Emerging Leader in Energy Efficiency category, and 1 organization has been also identified as a High Impact Program for Energy Efficiency. We also have an award for Innovative Energy Saving Product, and there has been 26 applicants, 8 products were shortlisted. Out of the 8, 4 companies will receive the Most Innovative Energy Saving Product Award, and the rest will receive the Innovative Energy Saving Product Award. I guess the competition was held virtually, and it finally culminated into the judges making the final choices. I must appreciate all the participants who have done tremendous work across various sectors. I guess there's a lot of anticipation now on who has really won this. And I also think the judges have done a wonderful job of putting together all the scorings and coming up with their collective knowledge and wisdom. This has been a very, very openly done competition for many years and well acclaimed as well. Please remember that your ambition and zeal to win this prestigious award in energy performance is indeed commendable. But you know, winning is not the final answer. I think even participating gives you a lot of learning curve. And I'm truly believing that your willingness and the strength to participate and take back some learnings from this competition would make a big difference to yourself as well as to your own organization. On behalf of CII and on behalf of the GBC as well as the committee, I would like to appreciate all the companies, the individuals who have participated on this function, in this competition, with your tremendous spirit in the quest of energy excellence. And as I said earlier, every drop that you actually deliver in terms of efficiency is the drop you make for making the planet a better place to live. So thank you very much for coming all over, and we are really looking forward to celebrating this movement called energy efficiency, an emotion called energy efficiency, with the winners tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Mr. Ravichandran Purushothaman has been a pillar of support for all the energy efficiency activities of the Green Business Center. Extremely innovative and always supports new initiatives. It seems Tolstoy once said how he wrote, when he was asked how he wrote such large novels, magnum opus like War and Peace and Anna Karenina, he said, fix the heroine, the story gets fixed automatically. In CII, we say, you get the chairman right, the activities happen automatically. We are privileged to have Mr. Ravichandran Purushothaman leading the activities. A big hand to you. Thank you for your leadership, and thanks a lot for your time, sir. It's my pleasure and privilege to invite Mr. R.K. Rai, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, for his address. He's been one of the key persons driving energy efficiency from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We had the privilege of Dr. Ashok Kumar being present in the morning, sir. We are very honored to have you being here at the award function. Mr. R.K. Rai again is an extremely open and innovative person, a friend of the industry and a friend of CII. His commitment to MSMEs and energy efficiency is seen to be believed. We are honored to have you, sir. Over to you for your address.
His Excellency Freddy, Mr. Purushottam, Mr. Venkat Giri, Mr. Kiran, dignitaries after the rise, and my dear friends. I have been given a long speech by CII to speak, and I will try to cover whatever things are there. Though my maximum service have been in the MSME sector. For the last 2 years, I am with the BE and trying to learn things basically on the energy efficiency from people like you. I will start I will not say the talk or speech is basically, I'm not a good speaker, sir. So, just to add, Purushottamji, we are a bit younger than award. Award started 1999, we born in 2002. So, we 3 years younger than the awards here. I will just start with the COP summit, where our Honorable PM gave the commitment to the world, what we are going to do in the next 10 years. That was given in November 21. What it did, based on the commitment given by the industries, what we have done in the last 5-6 years, he enhanced the benchmark, he enhanced the target, that the energy intensity reduction will not be only 35%, we are going to reduce it by 45%. We are going to have a 500 gigawatt renewable, earlier it was 175. We are going to have our 50% in a power consumption through renewable sources, 1 billion ton CO2 reduction by 2030, and by 2070, India is going to be a net zero as far as emissions are concerned. This is really unprecedented, unmatched commitment by any country to the global community. And that is, I'm again here to say, this is because of the commitment or the work shown by the industry, which gave the confidence to the government to come and speak and give the commitment to the global community to that level. He also gave a concept of life, that the life for the environment, where each and every has to show their intent toward the environment to make our planet livable. He said that we have only one planet, so we have to just take care of it. And the revised NDC target announced by PM have already been undertaken based on the initiative that we have already taken, that I said, and which give the government commitment that yes, we can do it when industry is with us. It's not that we just gave the target and just kept. Our Honorable Minister said that you have to interact with the various ministries and departments, that what type of support is needed by industries. And let me assure you that we are in touch with DPIIT, DHI, or Steel Ministry, or Ministry of Railway, or any other ministry, what type of support is needed by the industry to continue the momentum where we have reached now. And we will share with you, though it is a paper which is to be disclosed at a later moment, but yes, ministries are on front that what support they are supposed to provide to the industries. There are leaders in the cement, steel. Purushottam ji already said that our cement industry is leader, most energy efficient in the world. It said that I've been told that the SEC is around 65 kilowatt per ton of aluminum, which is the best in the country, world. And not only cement, there are steel plants, automobile, or Indian Railways who have made suo moto commitment. Indian Railways said that by 2030 they are going to be a net zero as far as the carbon emission is concerned. So industry is playing their role, government organizations are playing on their own. We have also identified, just to share with you, that internally at BEE, we have identified few industries which we can request to become the carbon neutral. And shortly, some of you might be receiving our request. That will be just a request to come and voluntarily join the net zero movement of the country. We have been also given another task, just to share with you. MOEF and MOP decided that BE should be agency, the nodal agency for developing national carbon market. We are working on it, and shortly we will coming to you to get your input, your suggestion for the draft national carbon market policy, which is already on. We are drafting it, and once it is finalized or the implementation parts come, again we will seek your support and guidance. Like CII is giving the award from 1999, MOP started one of the award which you know in the name of NECA, which was started way back in 1999. But once we came on board, then MOP asked us to continue that activity. And just to share with you that NECA application process is online. I think we requested Kiranji to kindly communicate to all stakeholders so that if they wish, they can apply. There are few sectors. The process is online. Last date is 15th of October. And apart from NECA, what our Honorable Minister said in the last year, that like Purushottam said, that we should also recognize the innovations. So last year we started the first National Energy Efficiency Innovation Award. This will be edition number 2. So we would request you to advise the innovators, whether they are from the industry sector or even the college students. If there is anything innovative, they can apply. It's a complete online process. Jury is from the industry who is going to select it, and then the award is given on 14th of December on Energy Conservation Day. Industry has been doing excellent job in renewable energy. Today, via this forum, we are felicitating the industry leaders for their effort, dedication towards achieving high operational efficiency. Many congratulations to the winners who are going to receive the award. But parallelly to the participating units also, who have not participated, they are also a leader. In my view, what I've been taught in the college time, once you have appeared in examination, you have passed. So once you have come here, you have participated in this event, whether you are first, second, third, or you have not gone any award, in my view, you are award winner. All those who have participated, 300 plus industries, are the award winner, as far as my thinking goes. So I would like to congratulate CII to breaking a platform. Actually, award from government is not that much encouraging, rather the award from the industry body that you get. Because various ministries, organizations, irrespective of MOP or MSME or any ministry, they organize award functions. What is it? But if you get the award from organization like CII, like ministry would also be feel privileged to get an award from organization like FICCI, CII or SHM. So award from industry body is very, very sought after. I once again compliment CII and all the participants, not the awardees, but all the participants who have participated in the award function. I would like to just say a few lines before my closing initiative. The few initiatives that started a couple of years back have now become a movement. And every society has those who are leaders in what they do. And all of you sitting here, irrespective of the fact whether you won or not, didn't win, you are a leader among your sector. So I will request you to lead the way the way you have led so far and take all the community forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. You beautifully articulated all the excellent initiatives of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. I appreciated all the companies who have participated in the energy efficiency movement, and of course inspired them to take up further initiative. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and privilege to request the chief guest of the evening, His Excellency Mr. Freddy Swan, the Danish Ambassador to India. I have had the privilege of listening to the ambassador earlier, and I also had the privilege of briefly meeting with him yesterday to brief about the entire program. An effervescent personality, an extremely committed person, a friend of India and a friend of CII. A brief moment or a small discussion with him is sufficient to energize and inspire another person. I'm sure his address today will energize all the already energy efficient companies and people here. Over to you, Ambassador. A big hand to the Ambassador as he comes to deliver his address.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address you today. You saw I was shaking hands. You know why? Because it's an efficient way of not mentioning names of people. And it shows that efficiency is the best way forward. And the same goes for energy efficiency. I come from a world where we believe in a lot of things, but we also believe in infrastructure. We have to invest in infrastructure in order to make things better, greener, and more efficient. But often we are forgetting that the best investment we can do is energy-wise in energy efficiency. It's a low-hanging fruit. You can do a lot without investing too much. And therefore, I'm extremely pleased that there will be a report today that is really highlighting the role of energy efficiency. Denmark, as Ravi mentioned it, is, I think he said, a small country. I had to add smart country. Even though we are only 6 million people, we are punching way ahead of our weight. Denmark is an open economy. We are traders by heart, and we can only develop things if we are in partnership, in cooperation with others. And luckily, we are in close cooperation and partnership with lovely, great India. We have a green strategic partnership, and it sets out 5 S's. Scale of India, it's not just how many people you are, it's also the scalability of what you are able to do here. The skills of Denmark, meaning technologies and whatever practice we have developed. Speed, because we have to move urgently. The climate is collapsing. The planet is at risk. We don't know if we can afford the energy bills nowadays. And in wealthy, rich Denmark, tons of people are now banging for their future life because energy prices have gone through the roof. Scope of what we are doing, India and Denmark, is not just for Denmark and India. It's for all of us. And then, of course, sustainability. That's the way forward. Also for India. And you know, these 5 S's, these are 5 S's defined by your Honorable Prime Minister when we concluded the Green Strategic Partnership. Says a lot about the dedication and the focus of your Prime Minister. I believe that India is the accelerator for all of us, when it comes to technology, green development, but also the new project that was mentioned, LIFE. It's about our individual contribution, our individual responsibility. And I hope, me included, of course, and all of you, and the distinguished people on the dais, that we all will take individual responsibility. You have an even bigger responsibility on your side because you're representing huge industries, companies, and thereby you have a specific responsibility of moving things. Energy efficiency, I think I can say this. A couple of weeks ago, I took a Danish company, a well-known Danish company that have been here for many years in India, to the Minister of Power. We met with Secretary Alok Kumar, and we were talking about green hydrogen and all that kind of stuff. And then he said, stop. You forgot one important pillar of everything which is important for the green transition of India and beyond India. You know what he mentioned? Yes, you know? No. Energy efficiency. Because it's a low-hanging fruit for this country. It's a low-hanging fruit for all of us. And therefore, I have to praise Ravi and his company Danfoss. I know you are here in a different context, but if you have time and you would like to be inspired and see the future happening, you have to go to their campus outside of Chennai. You will see energy efficiency at its best. And I'm pretty sure that what you are doing here as a company in India will change our life to the better. So it's not a question of doing things, it's a question of do things better, greener, and you can do that. May I also mention that CII was mentioned and highlighted. And I've been here so many years, so people think I'm an Indian, which I'm not as of yet, but I might be. CII is the most advanced, future-oriented business association I have met. And I think we should give them a big applause. We can ask prime ministers, we can ask governments, we can ask even secretaries, bureaucrats at large to change our society. And perhaps they will, we don't know. We trust them and we believe that they will change things. That's fine, but more importantly, it's the private sector which have the capacity to change things. And therefore, this report which is coming out today is a recipe for a better future, a greener future, where energy efficiency is setting standards. And now it was mentioned that Japan was kind of place to go. I lived in Japan for 8 years. I've seen many of these different projects. But if you go to Tokyo, you will see so many neon flashing lights, so you think this cannot be energy efficient. So they told me they are extremely energy efficient because they have developed a lot of devices, but that's not the challenge. The challenge is to reduce our energy consumption. So instead of going to Japan, I love Japan, you should swing by Denmark because we are champions when it comes to energy efficiency. And if you have a little bit more time, then go to the headquarters of the Danish company Danfoss. There you will see at full display, in an energy efficient way, you will see the best technologies that we could only dream of. And hopefully by this, and with the good office of Dr. Rai and so forth, and CII and whatever, and all of you, India will accelerate the future for all of us. So may this report guide us, guide all of you, and secure that when Prime Minister Modi goes to sleep one evening and says, what has India produced? Then somebody will tell him, CII made a fantastic report about decarbonizing the Indian industry, from cement to whatever. So, with these words, I'd like to thank all of you and congratulate all of you. May you be part of LIFE initiative as an industry leader, but also as a human being. That's important. So, dhanyavad.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your excellent speech. You said the best investment is to invest in energy efficiency, and you articulated how a small country like Denmark is actually a smart country with a lot of energy efficiency initiatives already taken up, and quoted Danfoss as an example of one of the energy efficient companies from Denmark. And you also your statement that India will accelerate the energy efficiency movement. Thank you, sir. We will try to our best. Thank you once again. May I request all of you to join me in thanking the ambassador for his kind presence here today and his excellent address. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to release a small report on the decarbonization of Indian industrial sector. As we all know, we have committed for net zero by 2070. So we, CII and Danfoss together, looked at how this net zero carbon can be achieved. We looked at 5 major industrial sectors: steel, cement, paper and pulp, textile and chemical. All these 5 together contribute about 45% of the overall emissions of the entire country. We found, as the chief guest, His Excellency the Ambassador said, energy efficiency is a low-hanging fruit. It also happens to be the most nutritious food. For example, if 100 is your overall CO2 which is getting emitted, 30% of that can be reduced by only adopting energy efficiency. May I request the Ambassador and Mr. R.K. Rai together to release this report on decarbonization of Indian industrial sector. This report will be available on the public domain from tonight onwards for all of you to download from the greenbusinesscenter.com. Thank you, sir. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais, His Excellency Mr. Freddie Swain and Mr. R.K. Rai, to kindly come to the front and give away the National Awards for Excellence in Energy Management. May I request my colleague Kiran Anand to make the announcement, please.
Good evening. We'll start first with the National Energy Leader Award. The National Energy Leader Award, as you know, is for winners of 3 consecutive Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Awards. And the first in today's National Energy Leader Award is Delhi International Airport Limited, New Delhi. Delhi International Airport Limited, New Delhi, to please come forward. The next would be Orient Cement Limited, Chittapur. Orient team, please come forward. Orient Cement Limited, Chittapur has digitized the entire plant with online monitoring systems using RDF extensively for their AFR requirements, a GreenPro Certified unit by CII. Orient Cement Limited, Chittapur is the next Energy Leader Award winner. The next would be Tata Motors CVBU, Pune. Please come forward. Tata Motors CVBU Pune has successfully implemented ENMS system, extensive use of renewable energy in their operations, several energy efficiency measures. Tata Motors CVBU Pune. The next unit is Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles Limited, Pune. Please come forward. The next National Energy Leader Award winner is Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles Limited, Pune. Extensive use of renewable energy, implementation of energy monitoring systems, power generation tracking through investors, and dashboard through Industry 4.0 application. Tata Motors, Pune. The next set of awards would be for excellent energy efficient unit, sector-wise. The first sector would be automobile and engineering. I would request Ashok Leyland Pantnagar to please come forward. Ashok Leyland Limited Pantnagar unit to please come forward. And they would be followed by Bosch Limited Bidadi. Bosch Limited team to please come forward, please. Ashok Leyland Pantnagar, please. The next winner is Bosch Limited Bidadi unit, and they would be followed by Honda Motorcycle and Scooter Limited Ahmedabad. Honda Motorcycle and Scooter Limited Ahmedabad team, please come forward. Thank you. Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited Ahmedabad, followed by Titan Company Limited, Watches Division, Hosur. Titan Watches, Hosur, please come forward. Titan Watches, Hosur, please come forward. The next excellent energy efficient unit winner in auto and engineering sector is Titan Company Limited, Watches and Wearables Division, Hosur. And they would be followed by Toyota Kirloskar Motors, Bidadi. Toyota team, please come forward. Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, Bidadi will be. The next sector for excellent energy efficient unit award will be the building sector, and the first in that category would be Fortis Healthcare Mohali. Fortis Healthcare Mohali team, please come forward. Fortis Healthcare Limited Mohali, followed by Honeywell Technology Solutions Campus 2 Bengaluru. Honeywell Technology Solutions Lab Private Limited, Campus 2 Bengaluru. So please come forward. And they will be followed by Honeywell Technology Solutions RMZ Eco World Bengaluru. Honeywell Technology Solutions RMZ Eco World Bengaluru. The next would be Mindtree Limited, Global Village Campus, Bengaluru. Mindtree Village team, please come forward. Mindtree Limited, L&T Group Company, Global Village Campus, Bengaluru is the next winner of Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award. And they will be followed by Phoenix Market City, Bengaluru. Phoenix team, please come forward. Mindtree Limited, Global Village Campus, Bengaluru. Phoenix Market City, Bangalore, please come forward. Thank you. Phoenix Market City, Bangalore is the next Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award. And this would be followed by the companies from the cement sector. The first company in the cement sector would be JK Lakshmi Cement Sirohi. JK Lakshmi Cement Sirohi team, please come forward. The next would be the general sector. JK Lakshmi, please go ahead. JK Lakshmi Cement Limited Sirohi wins the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award. And they would be followed by Galaxy Surfactants Limited Taloja. Galaxy Surfactants Limited Taloja, please come forward. Galaxy Surfactants Limited also wins the Most Useful Presentation Award selected by the jury. Galaxy Surfactants Limited Taloja, please. The next would be KEDA Satellite Dairy, Amul Dairy Anand. KEDA Satellite Dairy team, please come forward. KEDA Satellite Dairy team, please come forward. They would be followed by UPL Limited Unit 2 Ankleshwar. UPL Limited Unit 2 Ankleshwar, please come forward. The Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award to KEDA Satellite Dairy, Amul Dairy Anand. UPL Limited Unit 2 Ankleshwar. The next winner is UPL Limited Unit 2 Ankleshwar, and this would be followed by the winners from the metal sector. Tata Steel Jamshedpur team, please come forward. Tata Steel Jamshedpur wins the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award in the metal sector. They also win the Most Useful Presentation as well as the Most Innovative Project. So Tata Steel Limited Jamshedpur in the metal sector. The next would be the power plant sector. And I would request Ultratech Cement Kotputli to be ready. Ultratech Cement Limited Kotputli. Thank you. In the power plant sector, the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award goes to Ultratech Cement Limited Kotputli Cement Works, CPP. In the Young and Emerging Leader, runner-up Mr. Mohammad Javed Refai, Chief Engineer, Cluster Hotels, IHCL, Chennai. Mr. Refai, please come. Mr. Refai has been a finalist in the Young and Emerging Leader Award program. Please go ahead. The next award will be for innovative product or service. I would request Ushwa Solutions to please come forward. Ushwa Clean Tech Solutions team. Ushwa team here. All right. Okay. The next set of awards will be for Energy Efficient Unit Award. We'll go sector-wise alphabetically. In automobile engineering, we start with Amar Raja Batteries Limited Chittoor. Amar Raja Batteries Limited Chittoor team, please come forward. And they would be followed by Bajaj Auto Chakan. Amar Raja Batteries Limited Chittoor. They would be followed by Bajaj Auto Limited Chakan. Bajaj Auto team, please come forward. Thank you. Bajaj Auto Limited Chakan wins Energy Efficient Unit. They would be followed by Bajaj Auto Waluj Unit. Bajaj Auto Waluj team, please. Bajaj Auto Limited Waluj wins the Excellent Energy Efficient Unit Award. followed by Carriage and Wagon Workshop, Northern Railway, Kalka. Carriage and Wagon Workshop, Northern Railway, Kalka wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award. Energy Efficient Unit Award to Carriage and Wagon Workshop, Northern Railway, Kalka, followed by Carriage Repair Workshop, Hubli. The next winner is from Carriage Repair Workshop, Hubli, followed by Harman International, Chakan. Harman International team, please come forward. The next energy efficient unit winner is Harman International India Private Limited, Chakan. They will be followed by Hero Motocorp Limited, Gurgaon. Hero Motocorp Limited, Gurgaon team, please come forward. Hero Motocorp, Gurgaon. Harman International Limited also wins the Most Useful Presentation Award by the jury. Congratulations. Hero Motocorp Limited, Gurgaon will be followed by Hero Motocorp Limited, Haridwar. Hero Motocorp Limited, Haridwar. Hero Motocorp Limited, Haridwar is the next winner, followed by Hyundai Motor India Limited, Chennai. Hyundai Motor team, please come forward. Thank you. Hyundai Motor India Limited, Chennai wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award, followed by Marelli Motherson Automotive Lighting, Pune. The next winner of Energy Efficient Unit Award is Marelli Motherson Automotive India Private Limited, Pune, and they would be followed by Panasonic Life Solutions India, Kutch. Panasonic Life Solutions India team, please come forward. The next winner is Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited, and they would be followed by Panasonic Life Solutions Unit 1, Haridwar. Panasonic team, Haridwar. Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited, Unit 1, Haridwar. They would be followed by Panasonic Life Solutions, Daman team. The next winner is Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited, Unit 5, Daman, followed by Patiala Loco Works, Patiala. The next winner is Patiala Locomotive Works, Patiala. They would be followed by Rail Coach Factory, Kapurthala. Patiala Locomotive Works, Patiala will be followed by Rail Coach Factory, Kapurthala. They would be followed by Rane Brake Lining Limited, Puducherry. Rane team, please come forward. Rane Brake Lining Limited, Puducherry is the next Energy Efficient Unit Award winner, followed by Rane NSK Steering Systems, Chennai. Rane NSK Steering Systems, please come forward. Rane NSK Steering Systems Private Limited, Chennai, followed by Tata Motors Limited, Dharwad. Tata Motors Limited, Dharwad team, please come forward. Tata Motors Limited, Dharwad is the next winner in Automotive and Engineering category of Energy Efficient Unit. This would be followed by Building Sector. The first in the building category would be Alliance Services Private Limited, Trivandrum. Please be ready. The next energy efficient unit category in building sector, Alliance Services Private Limited, Ganga Building, Trivandrum. Please come forward. They would be followed by Ashok Leyland Limited, Technical Center, Chennai. Ashok Leyland Limited, Technical Center, Chennai. Please come forward. Ashok Leyland Limited, Technical Center, Chennai, would be followed by Citrix R&D India Private Limited, Bengaluru. Citrix R&D team, please come forward. Ashok Leyland Limited, Technical Center, Chennai, followed by Citrix R&D India Private Limited, Bengaluru. They would be followed by Cognizant Technology Solutions, MEPS, Chennai. Cognizant Technology Solutions, MEPS, Chennai, please come forward. Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited, CHN MEPS, Chennai, followed by Cognizant Technology Solutions Private Limited, HO4, Hyderabad. Cognizant Technology Solutions Private Limited, Chennai, followed by Cognizant Technology Solutions Private Limited, Hyderabad. They would be followed by CTS Hinjewadi, Pune, please. Thank you. The next would be CTS India Private Limited, Hinjewadi, Pune. They would be followed by CTS ISC, Hyderabad. Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited, ISC, Hyderabad. Please come forward. They would be followed by CTS MBP F2 and F3, Bengaluru. The next will be Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited, MBP F2 and F3, Bengaluru. They will be followed by CTS Noida. CTS Noida team, please come forward. Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited, Noida. Please come. The next would be Cognizant Technology Solutions SEZ, Chennai. Cognizant Technology Solutions Siruseri SEZ, Chennai. Please come forward. They will be followed by CTS India Private Limited, Thoraipakam, Chennai. Thoraipakam unit, please come forward. Oh, okay. Together. Okay. The next winner will be Controllers Data Centers Limited, Gachibowli, Hyderabad. Controllers Data Centers Limited, Gachibowli, Hyderabad wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award. Please come. Controllers Data Centers Limited, Hyderabad is the next winner under Energy Efficient Unit category. They would be followed by Ganga Medical Center and Hospital Limited, Coimbatore. Controllers Data Centers Limited, Gachibowli, Hyderabad. Followed by Ganga Medical Center and Hospitals Private Limited, Coimbatore. They would be followed by Hyderabad Bhavan, Secunderabad. Hyderabad Bhavan team, please come forward. The next winner is Hyderabad Bhavan, Secunderabad, followed by ICICI Bank Sector 16, Noida. ICICI Bank Noida team, please come forward. Thank you. The next winner is ICICI Bank Limited, Sector 16, Noida, and they would be followed by Koneru Lakshmaya Educational Foundation. Team from Koneru Lakshmaya Educational Foundation, please come forward. Energy Efficient Unit Award winner, ICICI Bank Limited, Sector 16, Noida. They followed by Koneru Lakshmaya Educational Foundation, deemed to be University, Vaddeshwaram. Please go. The next would be Mindtree Limited, Chennai. Mindtree team, please come forward. Mindtree Limited, Chennai. Mindtree Limited, Chennai. Followed by Mindtree Limited, Bangalore. Mindtree Limited, Bangalore team also, please come forward. Mindtree Limited, Chennai wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award. They are followed by Mindtree Limited, Bengaluru. Then Mindtree Limited, Bengaluru will be followed by Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai. Mumbai International Airport team, Mumbai, please come forward. The next winner is Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai, followed by Olympia Tech Park, Chennai. Olympia Tech Park team, please come forward. Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai wins Energy Efficient Unit Award. Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai is followed by Olympia Tech Park, Chennai, followed by Phoenix Market City, Mumbai. Phoenix Market City team, please come forward. Phoenix Market City, Mumbai, followed by South Central Railways, Lingampalli Station. Phoenix Market City, Mumbai will be followed by South Central Railways, Lingampalli. South Central Railways, Lingampalli wins Energy Efficient Unit Award. And this would be followed by the cement sector. The first is Ambuja Cement, Nalagad. Ambuja Cement team, please come forward. Ambuja Cement team, please come forward. Ambuja Cement Limited, Nalagarh, will be followed by Birla Corporation Limited, Chanderia. Birla Corporation team, please come forward. Birla Corporation Limited. Birla Corporation Limited, Chanderia, please come forward. Birla Corporation Limited, Chanderia, will be followed by Calcom Cement, Umrangsu. Calcom Cement, Umrangsu, please come forward. Birla Corporation, Chanderia, please. Calcom Cement, Umrangsu. Calcom Cement Umrangsu is the next winner of Energy Efficient Unit category, followed by Chettinad Cement Corporation Limited, Kallur. Chettinad Cement Corporation Limited, Kallur. Chettinad Cement Corporation Limited, Kallur wins the next Energy Efficient Unit Award, followed by Heidelberg Cement, Jhansi. Heidelberg Cement India Limited, Jhansi, please come forward. Thank you. The next Energy Efficient Unit Award winner is Heidelberg Cement India Limited, Jhansi, followed by JK Cement Works, Aligarh. The next winner is JK Cement Works, Aligarh. Please come forward. Thank you. JK Cement Works, Aligarh, followed by JK Lakshmi Cement, Surat. JK Lakshmi Cement Limited, Surat team, please come forward. The next company is JK Lakshmi Cement Limited, Surat, winning the Energy Efficient Award, followed by Kesaram Industries Cement Division, Vasavadatta, Sedam. Vasavadatta, Sedam team, please come forward. Kesaram Industries Limited Cement Division, Vasavadatta, Sedam, please come forward. Please come forward. Kesaram Cement will be followed by My Home Industries Private Limited, Mellacheru. My Home team, please come forward. Kesaram Industries Limited Cement Division, Vasavadatta, Sedam, followed by My Home Industries Private Limited, Mellacheru, and they would be followed by My Home Vizag. My Home Vizag team, please come forward. My Home Industries Mellacheru, followed by My Home Industries Vizag, and they would be followed by Orient Cement Devapur. Orient Cement team Devapur, please come forward. Orient Cement Devapur. My Home Industries Private Limited, Vizag, followed by Orient Cement Limited, Devapur. Orient Cement Devapur will be followed by Orient Cement Jalgaon. Jalgaon unit, please come forward. Orient Cement Limited Jalgaon receives Energy Efficient Unit Award, followed by RCCPL Private Limited, Maihar. RCCPL Private Limited team, Maihar, please come forward. RCCPL Private Limited, Maihar, will be followed by KCP Limited, Ramakrishnapura, Jagayapet. RCCPL Private Limited, Maihar, please come forward. Followed by the KCP Limited, Cement Unit 2, Ramakrishnapura, Jagayapet. The next winner is the KCP Limited Cement Unit 2, Ramkrishnapuram, Jagayapet. And they would be followed by the Ramco Cements, Ramasamy Rajanagar. Ramco Cements RR Nagar team, please come forward. Ramco Cements RR Nagar, please come. Ramco Cements Limited, Ramasamy Rajanagar, please come forward. Followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Chittorgarh. Ultratech Cement, Aditya Cement Works, Chittorgarh, please come forward. Ultratech Cement, Aditya Cement Works team. The Ramco Cements Limited, RR Nagar, followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Aditya Cement Works, Chittorgarh, will be followed by Reddypalayam Cement Works. The Reddypalayam Cement Works of Ultratech, please come forward. Ultratech Cement, Reddypalayam Cement Works. Ultratech Cement, Reddypalayam Cement Works receives the Energy Efficient Unit Award. Will be followed by Vikram Cement Works, Core. Ultratech Vikram Cement Works, Core. Ultratech Cement, Vikram Cement Works, Core. And they would be followed by Zuari Cement Limited, Chennai. Zuari team, please come forward. Zuari Cement Limited, Chennai, followed by Zuari Cement Solapur. Zuari Cement Solapur team. Both of them. Zuari Cement Chennai and Zuari Cement Solapur. The next will be the Energy Efficient Unit in the general category. And the first will be AGI Greenpack Limited, Bongir. AGI Greenpack Limited team, Bongir, please come forward. AGI Greenpack. AGI Greenpack Limited, Bongir, please come forward. Followed by ATC Limited, Hosur. ATC Limited, Hosur, please come forward. ATC Greenpack Limited, Bongir. Followed by ATC Limited, Hosur. Thank you. They would be followed by Aurobindo Pharma Unit 1, Hyderabad. Aurobindo team, please come forward. Thank you. The next winner will be Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 1, Hyderabad. And they will be followed by Unit 5, Hyderabad. Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 1, Hyderabad, followed by Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 5, Hyderabad. Aurobindo Unit 5 is followed by Unit 11, Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 11. Unit 11, please come forward. Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Unit 11. Aurobindo Pharma Unit 11. They will be followed by Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Pipelines, Mumbai. BPCL Pipelines team, please come forward. Thank you. Aurobindo Pharma Limited, followed by Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mumbai. And they would be followed by BSES New Delhi. BSES Yamuna Power Limited, New Delhi, please come forward. Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mumbai, wins the energy efficient unit, followed by BSES Yamuna Power Limited, New Delhi. The next winner is BSES Yamuna Power Limited, New Delhi, followed by Coromandel International Limited, Visakhapatnam. Coromandel team, please come forward. Thank you. The next winner is Coromandel International Limited, Visakhapatnam, followed by EID Parry, Nellikuppam. EID Parry Limited, Nellikuppam, please come forward. EID Parry Limited, Nellikuppam, followed by Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Dahej. EID Parry Limited, Nellikuppam, followed by Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Dahej. EID Parry, Nellikuppam, followed by Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Dahej. Please come forward. They would be followed by Heritage Foods Limited, Chittoor. Heritage Foods team, please come forward. The next winner is Heritage Foods Limited, Gokul Plant, Chittoor, and they would be followed by Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mathura Refinery. Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mathura Refinery, please come forward. Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mathura. Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mathura, followed by ITC Limited, Bengaluru. ITC Limited, Bengaluru, please come forward. ITC Limited, Bengaluru, will be followed by JK Tire and Industries, Kankroli. JK Tire team, please come forward. ITC Limited, Bengaluru wins Energy Efficient Unit Award in General Category, followed by JK Tire and Industries, Kankroli. JK Tire and Industries Limited, Kankroli, will be followed by JK Tire and Industries, Vikrant Tire Plant, Mysore. JK Tire and Industries, Vikrant Tire Plant, Mysuru, followed by Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Nasik. Kirloskar Oil, Nasik team, please come forward. Thank you. The next winner is Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Nasik, followed by Raymond Yuko Denim, Yavatmal. Raymond Yuko Denim team, please come forward. Raymond Yuko Denim. Raymond Yuko Denim team, please come forward. And they would be followed by Sai Life Sciences, Bidar. Sai Life Sciences team, please come. Raymond Yuko Denim Limited, Private Limited, Yavatmal wins the Energy Efficient Unit, followed by Sai Life Sciences Limited, Bidadi. So, Bidar. Sai Life Sciences Limited, Unit 4, Bidar, followed by the Supreme Industries Limited, Jalgaon. The Supreme Industries Limited, Jalgaon unit, please come forward. CII Life Sciences Limited, Unit 4, Bidar, followed by the Supreme Industries Limited, Jalgaon. They're followed by the Supreme Industries Limited, Kanpur. Kanpur team, please come forward. Supreme Industries Limited, Kanpur, please come forward. The next would be the metal sector, and the first would be the Bhilai Steel Plant, Bhilai. Bhilai team, please come forward. Bhilai Steel Plant, Bhilai. Bhilai Steel Plant, Bhilai wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award in the metal sector. Please go. Followed by Jaideep Ispat Alloys Private Limited, Pithampur. Bhilai Steel Plant, Bhilai, followed by Jaideep Ispat and Alloys Private Limited, Pithampur, and they would be followed by Jindal Stainless, Hisar. Jindal Stainless, Hisar team, please come forward. Jaideep Ispat and Alloys Private Limited, followed by Jindal Stainless Hisar Limited, Hisar. Please go ahead. Jindal Stainless Hisar is followed by JSW Steel Coated Products Limited, Tarapur. Jindal Stainless Hisar Limited, followed by JSW Steel Coated Products Limited, Tarapur. And JSW Steel Coated Products Limited, Tarapur is followed by JSW Steel Coated Products, Kalmeshwar. Kalmeshwar team, please come forward. The next winner of Energy Efficient Unit in Metal Sector, JSW Steel Coated Products Limited, Kalmeshwar, followed by Vedanta Limited, Smelter Plant 1, Jharsuguda. JSW Steel Coated Products, Kalmeshwar, followed by Vedanta Limited, Smelter Plant 1, Jharsuguda. They would be followed by Smelter Plant 2, Jharsuguda. They would be followed by Vedanta Limited, VAB, Goa. Vedanta Limited, VAB, Goa team. Thank you. The next is Vedanta Limited, VAB, Goa. Please go ahead. Followed by the paper sector. And in the paper sector, the first company will be Built Graphic Paper Products Limited, Balarpur. Built team, please be ready. Vedanta Limited, VAB, Goa. Followed by the paper sector, Built Graphic Paper Products Limited, Balarpur. Followed by ITC Limited, PSPD, Kovai. ITC Limited, PSPD, Kovai. ITC Limited, PSPD, Kovai wins the Energy Efficient Unit Award. Please go ahead, sir. Followed by JK Paper, Songad. JK Paper Limited, CPM, Songad. Thank you. JK Paper Limited, Unit CPM, Songad, will be followed by the power plant sector. The first Energy Efficient Unit Award is for Chabra Super Thermal Power Project, Chabra. Chabra team to be ready. Power sector, Chabra Super Critical Thermal Power Project, Chabra. Please come forward. And they will be followed by Grasim Industries Limited, Veraval, CPP. Please go. Chabra Super Critical Thermal Power Project, Chabra wins the Energy Efficient Award, followed by Grasim Industries Limited, Veraval. you. Chabra Supercritical followed by Grasim Industries Limited, Veraval. Will be followed by JSW BPSL, Sambalpur. JSW BPSL, JSW team BPSL, Sambalpur. And they would be followed by JSW Energy, Ratnagiri. JSW Energy, Ratnagiri. JSW Ratnagiri. And the next will be Kalisin Thermal Power Plant, Jhalawar. Kalisin Thermal Power Plant, Jhalawar, please come forward. Kalisin Thermal Power Plant, Jhalawar. Please go ahead. Followed by Nava Limited Power Division, Denkanal. Nava Limited Power Division, Denkanal. And they are followed by NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company, Vallur. Thank you. The next is NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company Limited, Vallur. Please go ahead. Followed by Talwandi Sabu Power Limited, Mansa. Talwandi Sabu Power Limited, Mansa. Please come forward. Talwandi Sabu Power Limited, Mansa, followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Dala Cement Works. Ultratech Cement, Dala. Thank you. Talwandi Sabu Power Limited, Mansa, followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Dala Cement Works, Captive Power Plant. Ultratech Cement Limited, Dala, followed by Ultratech Cement Limited, Sevagram. Sevagram Cement Works team, please come forward. Ultratech Cement Limited, Sevagram Cement Works, Captive Power Plant, will be followed by Vikram Cement Works, Captive Power Plant. Ultratech Cement Limited, Sevagram Cement Works, Captive Power Plant, followed by Vikram Cement Works, Captive Power Plant. And the next will be the National Energy Leader winner, Ponmalai Trichy. Ponmalai team, please be ready. Ultratech Cement Limited, Vikram Cement Works, Captive Power Plant. Central Workshop Ponmalai Trichy is a National Energy Leader Award winner, an excellent energy efficient unit award winner. Central Workshop Ponmalai Trichy.
That's the last award of the day. A big hand for the Ponmalai workshop. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to be kindly seated, please, for a minute. A photographer, can you pick up? Thank you, thanks a lot. It's my pleasure to present the concluding remarks. What to say except the extraordinary energy and enthusiasm displayed by our chief guest. Sir, thank you very much for your kind presence today and your encouragement to all the award winners. I would like to, on behalf of CII and on behalf of all the awardees who have received awards from your hands, it's my privilege to thank you. Thanks for your time, and request all the delegates to kindly join me in thanking the Danish ambassador for his kind presence. Thank you, Mr. Roy. It has been a privilege to have you for this program. Thanks to all the award winners, and that completes the end of the award function today. Thank you all. Thank you very much.